to you, sir.
Good morning and welcome, everybody. So this year we are expecting, we don't know anything for certain. Nothing is ever decided until we actually sit down and have that vote at our council meeting tomorrow. But we are expecting that at least at area and division level, we will have to provide the provision for hybrid speech contests. So this being our DLT closest to our conferences, this felt like a perfect opportunity to come in and run through just a little bit of what you need to know as district leaders when it comes to organizing a conference that could need to be hybrid. Go next slide for me, please, Alex. Why has that changed again? Oops, just swap presented you.
Can you do that?
Yep.
No, you've got to.
There we go.
That one's going to work.
That's like peak relevance to the topic today, is that the laptop was in a duplicate mode where it just shows exactly what was on the screen. But as soon as I opened PowerPoint, it completely changed its setup. So you need to have, need to prepare these things in advance, is what we are going to be mentioning a few times. So I wanted to start off by just starting with what is hybrid, because this is something that has been, we use this word for a lot of different purposes. And certainly our plans for hybrid conferences this year are also slightly different to how we did them last year. So what is hybrid? So in a hybrid conference setting, our participants can elect to be online, or they can elect to be face-to-face. Our judges can be online, or they can be face-to-face. Or if nobody wants to be online, we can have a room full of people with no connection to the internet, and that is still a hybrid contest under the ways that we're describing it, so long as we provided that option for them in advance. So what I've done is I've just grabbed that third bullet point there. I wouldn't normally put that many words on a slide, but that's directly out of the motions on notice for tomorrow. So that is providing the context for how we view hybrid contests as a district. So if a hybrid contest is required at a level, the contest chair shall set a deadline, which we recommend to be 2 weeks in advance, by which time contestants will be required to nominate whether they intend to compete online. Should no online contestant registrations be received, the contest chair can conduct the contest face-to-face without providing an online option. So our key difference to last year you would have heard a lot of area directors, myself included, under a huge, immense amount of stress because it's 24 hours before our contest and we don't know whether we need to set up a hybrid contest or not. Because last year when we ran it, we didn't set that expectation up in advance. So we were having everybody waiting until the day of to decide whether they needed all of this tech or not, which was hugely stressful. But this year, by introducing that clarification that we're going to ask everybody and make them state their intentions at least 2 weeks in advance, it gives us plenty of time to arrange all of this and be fully prepared, or take a sigh of relief if we don't have to use it. A bit of context for today's session. We do not have an hour's worth of tech tips for you. What we're going to do is run through a few slides at the start to set up the basics of what we think is really important to know. And then we're going to open the floor to questions, because we know this is an area where people have a lot of questions. So start thinking about those as we go, because we do have a considerable period of time allocated for having that discussion as a group, sharing experiences, best practices, all of that. So be prepared for that in the end. All right, let's grab the next slide.
Yep.
All right, now we're going to go through this in a little bit more detail, but one of the key things to note is that we actually need different Zoom setups depending on how much of a hybrid contest we are running. So if we have contestants online, we need the full thing. We need all of our equipment set up. However, if we have invited some judges to judge online for us, but then end up without any contestants online, we can get away with just a couple less pieces of technology. So
it certainly makes it a lot simpler to work with judges only being online, because the biggest component of everything is the screen or the monitor and where you place it. Now, we'll get on a bit later into exactly where and what we need, or where we need to place things in the room for the different types of events. But essentially, the biggest difference is the screen. If you go to a venue that doesn't have a monitor and you've got contestants, you're going to have to provide a screen or something, some way to view it. What have we got next?
And why would we have judges online? Why would we invite judges to be online, Alex?
Oh, that's a fairly simple answer. Why do we have judges online? Under the rules, if you're having judges from within your area, you must have an equal number of judges from every club must be represented by a judge. So if one club says, no, we can't provide a judge, then you're going to have to start looking for judges outside of your area or division. Simply the way the rules are. So you may have someone who, you may be in North Queensland or Papua New Guinea, and you may need someone to judge who's in Brisbane, because they're the only person who's available at a short notice because someone's got sick, for example. So that way you have judges online, you only have judges online. We did this at the Central Division Conference this year, and we had Denise and Lou and Robert who were online judging. No, anonymously, yes. But they didn't appear on where for the people who were attending the conference. They were just judged in the background, and they didn't need this, we didn't need to set up a projector, even though we had the equipment available to do it. We didn't have to put anyone on screen because everyone was competing face to face.
And the other element there is, for all contests, we're constantly trying to achieve fairness for all of our contestants, whether they be in the room or online. And it would make sense if we have people competing in both formats, it would make sense to actually choose to have judges in both formats as well, so that there is just a spread of the judges across both of those formats. So that is one reason why you might want to take up the judges online.
And when you're considering a hybrid contest, what's the most important factor? Yes, thank you, Christine. Everyone heard that, the contestants. It's the contestants' experience is the most important factor. Secondly, the judges. So contestants are the priority. They need to be set up and properly briefed as to how the contest is going to go.
So I thought I'd be a bit cheeky here, and I was deciding where we were going to start with regards to all of the tech you needed and everything else. And I thought I'd start with software, because it's really easy. We use Zoom. Done. So as a district, our district has provided Zoom accounts for each of our divisions, and the district also has spare Zoom accounts. So if ever you were to have be running 2 area conferences at the same time, there are additional Zoom accounts within the district that can be utilized. So it is important to note here that we do need a paid version of Zoom. We do need a subscription to Zoom to run our hybrid contest, because the free versions that you can sign up to online, that will go fantastically for you for the first 45 minutes of your conference, and then everything turns off. So not exactly the
Sorry,
best.
Josh, the government has stepped in and we now have shrinkflation with Zoom accounts. They're only 40 minutes.
40 minutes now. Okay, so that's like just enough time to prepare your equipment, make sure absolutely everything works, open the conference, and then it dies. So yes, you do just need to make sure that you have set up that Zoom meeting with that paid Zoom account, and that's available from your division directors. So that's a nice, easy one. Just go and see your division directors, and they'll be able to sort that one out for you.
So what equipment do we need? All right, most people will have seen one of these. It's a webcam. A lot of you will have it. That is good enough. If you don't have access to a webcam like this, a phone will suffice. You can use Zoom on your phone. The biggest issue is that Zoom is a power killer. So if you have a mobile phone being your camera device, you need to make sure that the phone is fully charged and is capable of recharging it. I used my relatively new Android phone at a club meeting and it didn't make it. So 90 minutes, didn't quite make it, and it was fully charged. Zoom is a power hog, so you need to make sure that the battery will last for at least the contest that you're using it for.
So the next consideration up there is the computer that you use to run it. As Alex mentioned, you can use a mobile phone, but if we're like what we're trying to present here is like the minimum setup. And if you're using a mobile phone or a tablet, you also need somebody with a computer somewhere to be managing those Zoom settings, letting participants in, doing all of the admin stuff behind the scenes. So as a minimum setup, we would say that a laptop would be required for our setup of the Zoom. Now, in terms of what laptop do you need? If you're going to go down to JB Hi-Fi and get a laptop to run your contests, what one do you get? Again, this is actually pretty simple. The hybrid contest, although it feels like a massive event to us, from the software's point of view, it's exactly the same as you're sitting down for a catch up with your division team on Zoom on the weekend or on a weekday evening. If the computer can handle a Zoom call with 5 or 6 people in it, that's probably good enough for your contests. Now, the provisos I would put on this, if say a club was coming up and a club had some money in their accounts and they wanted to buy a full hybrid setup, and you walk down to the shops and JB has Chromebooks and laptops for $300-400, I would say, unless you really know what you're doing, you should probably stick to a Windows computer, just because they have the most compatibility with everything. You are less likely to run into weird problems. You are more likely to have somebody else in the room that is able to help you. That does not mean for a second that your Apple Mac or a Chromebook or something is not physically capable of doing the job. It's just that if you are asking me what computer you need to buy, I would say go for the simple solution in this case. But the simple reality is that most of our laptops that we've had for the last 5 years, 6 years are probably capable already. So you probably have one at home. You probably have many options within your clubs and your areas. Yes, Christine? So if I was making a recommendation for something, oh, sorry, absolutely, Nikki. So yeah, Christine was just asking if she's making an application for a grant to set up a hybrid contest. So she's putting together a grant application to request some money. She needs to ask for a specific amount of money for that laptop. Now, a laptop that costs $400 new is probably just capable on the right special or something, but I would be recommending $600 to $700 for something as something that will last you a couple of years. Yep, excellent.
We back up the question to the equipment before, the USB camera. Now, you're not using a USB camera, you're using a tablet to film and a separate microphone for the voice. So that USB camera is doing the two jobs, is that correct? The filming and the microphone?
It can. If at a pinch, it's not an ideal solution because the camera has to be relatively close. Those webcams are designed for personal computer use, so they sit on top of a monitor and they can see quite a distance, but the audio is tuned to pick up to between 1 and 2 meters. So they really have to project their voice so that they can be heard if the camera is set up 3 meters away, which is probably about where you're going to be. So it does help. And moving on to that, thank you very much, Anne, for the nice segue. Microphones. You can get really cheap microphones. Graham Cairns last year put us onto these little microphones. They were $40 for 2. Now, if you're a club, that's not a big expenditure. If you're just doing a single conference or contest, then it becomes a little bit of a cost issue, or can. These plug in to your laptop via a little device. While I juggle everything. Simply plugs into your laptop or your phone and you can connect directly into it. Has connections for USB-C and that wonderful, lovely, different Apple Lightning connector. Yes, Con.
Where can people buy them from?
Off Amazon or online. There's a number of places that will sell them. Yes.
Alex, what was the name of the microphone that you just held up? Or both of those?
They're both the same. This is just the box this is a double set, and they're just called a wireless microphone. They're a no-name cheap brand, but they work very well. No name. No name.
Very early Saturday morning.
I'll just jump in there for a second. I think it's really worth, so just as a note for what we're doing today, we're now recording this session as well. We've also got a checklist, so we'll be grabbing everybody's email addresses and we'll be sending around a little checklist at the end, as well as these slides. So don't worry about individual points that we will get to those as well. One point I would like to make when going for some of the cheaper ends of the market, you do want to grab something that has been tested. Just jumping on Amazon and spending $40 to $60. I believe those ones have gone up now. I think they're in the 60 or 70.
$80.
Yeah.
Too, yeah.
So they have gone up a little bit now, but I would recommend that you use a product that has been tested before. And so I'll get in touch with Graham and try and get the link for that specific one that he's had the good experience with. Excellent.
Back to the webcam. If you're using a web camera and then the no-name microphone, how do you turn the sound off on the web camera?
It's a setting in Zoom. When you select it'll plug in, it'll be an individual microphone setting under the audio settings. And you simply select that device and then the webcam won't take audio. Zoom won't accept the audio from the webcam.
Christine?
I've got a few suggestions and boards, what I thought was what everything that's flogging from out of the $35. And then that's got a directional mic. So and I'm asking from which of the referential, the lapel mic or the directional mic.
Essentially, both work fine. Essentially, for area and division contests, it's what you can get your hands on for the cheapest possible price. I would not recommend going out and buying all this just for a division conference or an area conference because it's too expensive and it just puts the price of the ticket up for the members, and people aren't going to come along. They don't want to have to pay $90 to come and see a contest. because when you put it all together, that's how much it's going to end up. So beg, borrow, and steal, and we will actually get on to that.
I'll
Yes.
do last question for now, and we'll keep moving, and we'll loop back to all of these specific questions at the end. So last question for now.
Judith?
I'm old fashioned. I don't use Microsoft. I've got 24.
Windows.
Online.
Zoom.
So,
Is there a building, actual building you can go to and get this stuff?
yes, we'll talk about that
Yeah.
afterwards.
Hold that thought.
Hold that thought. We'll come back to that, Judith. All right, one of the other things you might need is a device to hold up your camera so that you can set it up and put it at the correct size. This is a $35 tripod, again from bought off Amazon. It's a Wheating, I believe, but there you can get all sorts of different tripods, but you just simply sit your camera on top of it.
So a lot of webcams, you do need to just make sure that your webcam does have one, but a lot of webcams have a tripod screw on the bottom of them. So you can just get any generic tripod, whether it's a $600 professional tripod that you bought 35 years ago, whether it's a $19 one from Kmart. All tripods use the same generic mount. So if you have a look at your webcam and see a little thread at the bottom of it, that's going to be the most convenient way of being able to position your webcam for the conference itself.
The other thing you may need is cables to connect everything up, and maybe a USB hub if your laptop doesn't have sufficient inputs for the audio and the webcam. So the simple USB cables, and you can buy them from any cable store, Officeworks, Jaycar, whoever you want.
So we will loop back to some more specific tech questions at the end, but we'll just keep moving through considerations for now.
When you access your venue, when you're looking for your venue to hold your contest or conference at, you need to ask these questions about these facilities. You need to know what their internet access is like. Places like this offer a guest access that's not always necessarily reliable enough to hold a consistent Zoom conference call. Sometimes they allow you to get onto their network, but they're questions that you need to ask. Failing that, you need a venue that has a good phone signal so that you can simply tether your phone to the laptop so you can run your Zoom meeting. You need to know if they have screens available, TV screens, pull-down screens with overhead projectors, whatever they have available. The PA system, similar to this. A stage area is also very preferable, rather than everyone being on the same level. You have to have access to power. And this becomes important as to where you set up your stage area so that you can power your laptop or any other devices that need to be done. And hopefully, as we found this morning, support staff at the venue are really, really good, because they'll help you nut out any problems, issues that you may have. If you get the opportunity at your venue, go check it out beforehand. Even better, do a trial run at the venue and see if you can. Go there at lunchtime or when they're not busy and when the room's available that you've booked, and just familiarize yourself with what's there. Speaking about support staff, the most important person that you're going to engage for a hybrid contest is exactly someone else.
Alex Finn.
No. The reason for that is simply that you won't have the bandwidth to run the conference and troubleshoot and look after anyone who is online. You need somebody else. My advice is find someone in your clubs, and there is always somebody out there. You just have to ask, who is like Josh and I, who is a bit techie, or who is at least willing to learn from someone who is techie. You might even be able to go down to the local computer store and say, look, we're doing this. Would you guys like to sponsor us and come along and just run the tech for us? Bring all your equipment. We'll give you lunch. That would work beautifully. Then you don't have to worry too much about purchasing anything, or setting it up, because they will do it for you. As area directors and division directors, you just need to know what has to be done, not do it yourself. So if you only take one thing away from this morning, get somebody else. The most important thing from this morning. All right. Once we're there, how do we set it up? Now, there's two different ways of setting this up, and it is dependent upon who is online. You need to find a speaking area. If you have contestants online, or even judges online, you need to find a speaking area and you need to mark it out. Because there's nothing worse than a contestant who thinks that they have the whole stage stepping out of the camera view accidentally and being marked down for it. Remember, it is all about the contestant. If you have, so we have a room, we'll say that's the front of the room. Please forgive my drawing skills. I failed this at kindergarten. And in fact, remember that game Pictionary? Yes, people say that everything that I do looks like a tiger. So that's how good my drawing skills are. So please bear with me. So if that's to the front of the room and you have your stage here, you would put your camera there so that it can clearly see enough or the whole body of the in the room contestants. That way, it should be also close enough so that you can at least discern most of their facial expressions. You then need to get two people to go to either side while you're watching it on screen and mark out what the camera can actually see. So, yes, exactly. Masking tape or a line in the carpet or anything that you can use, a cable, as long as people don't trip over it, a spare cable, you can just line it down so that people stay within that speaking area. Very important. If you have a screen and you have contestants online, you need to put the screen on the stage so that the audience don't have to turn around and look over their shoulder, and that everyone can see everything and the judges will see everyone up on stage. When in-room people are competing, that needs to be blanked. So that you don't have other online contestants sitting in the background doing something distracting in behind the speaker who's speaking in the room. No, not if in the room.
So you'll just repeat that question. Would the speaker need to be able to see themselves? Yeah.
The speaker can see that they're in the...
No, that's why you mark the stage, so that the speaker knows that they're within the boundary of the camera for judges online. Now, if you only have the judges online, do you need a screen? No, because it can all be done from the laptop or the computer system that you're using.
I'll jump in there for a second, Alex.
Yes.
Just from my own personal experience with my area contest last year, I had one person who was competing online, and I did it all myself. I did not have a separate Zoom master, which is big X number one. But that contestant who was online, he was on a screen just to the side of the stage, which it was what we could make work in that venue. Yes, this is ideal, but sometimes you just have to make something work. But that contestant accidentally unmuted himself during another contestant's speech. Now, luckily, there was not a huge amount of noise there. I didn't have access to the computer system to be able to mute him immediately, which is, again, why you need that Zoom master to be sitting on that computer the whole time so they can jump in and mute anyone if they come off mute. But luckily, I did have, I was texting him back and forth to organize all of the tech. So we managed to get that sorted without a major impact. But it's just one of those warnings that accidents happen. Like we had that all set up at the start of the meeting, but then something happened and he came off mute during that contest. So it is, when you think about your setup, when you think about who's helping you, just think through the different scenarios that could happen. I've got cable strip hazards and stuff as well.
Yeah. So where do you put the Zoom master? The best idea is at the back. So that's going to depend on how long the cable is that's connecting to your screen. Put them somewhere out of the way and preferably hide them behind something so it's not distracting for anyone, and instruct them to be very quiet and don't move. So the speaker, the contestants, have the best possible experience. The other thing you need to really look at these days is trip hazards. You need to cover your cables or route them so that no one is going to trip over them. Under chairs, round corners, all that sort of stuff. So cable length is going to be a consideration for you.
What's the next one? I just need to reshare.
Any questions, quick questions about that? Yes, Christine.
I know we're going to talk about what we're but I'm very one thing that I'm is rather than having self-free, we go to webinar. Because I know from people that actually do online, that those doing online, the courses very responsive. So if we had webinar, the people online, it wouldn't matter if they were talking, but if we tested, with competing at the time and they would do it. And so it wasn't controlled by the master and the accident coming in. So if you had a webinar on Zoom rather than the straight normal Zoom, it was controlled with it. Because when we go on international, we go on, the people online, they can talk to one another or message or whatever. And we do normal Zoom on conference and something like the doctor says, what happened to my system, it was online, the evaluation conference, and those observing, is in touch with working at the same time, that alleviates that problem. So I was thinking about that, how do you overcome it? If it was webinar, if you overcome it.
Can I
Yeah, go for that.
So just to quickly recap, in case the Zoom mics didn't pick that up, it was a suggestion based on experience to use Zoom webinar instead of a standard Zoom meeting to avoid some of that potential chatter and distractions happening online. I do think that that's a fantastic idea. And if you know how to use Zoom webinars and have the bandwidth to learn how to use that format, I would say absolutely go for it.
And the account has access to it.
And yeah, but my Nikki, yep. Okay,
Oh, okay,
excellent.
cool.
But yes, my only reservation there is that there are a lot more subtle tricks to making that work seamlessly. And as a minimum viable product approach, it's not what I would recommend somebody get started with, but it is a fantastic suggestion.
Yeah.
Yep. No, that's a fantastic suggestion.
Yeah.
And final thing, bottom point, obstructive views. Yep.
Obstructive views. You want to talk
Okay,
about
yep.
that? Yeah.
So one thing that you might need to consider with the venue setup is we had that lovely diagram up there before of the camera sitting right in the middle, just like this one here, clearly able to be seen from the audience. One of the conferences I went to last year had the stage beautifully set up in the corner and a pole directly in front of it. So it is important to go and physically check out your venues and map out where these things are going to go to make sure that you don't have an obstructed view from the camera. That camera needs to have a clear view of the stage. And you also just need to be considering how much of the audience's view you're going to be obstructing with the equipment. It's always going to happen. That's fine. It's a reasonable thing. But just the view lines in the room is just an important consideration. And that is one of the things that you as an area director need to be making the considerations for, because you're just going to tell the Zoom master where to set up all of the gear.
I can vouch for that.
Yeah, like a prime example right here. Just down the front. Yep,
Yeah,
John.
in view of the restrictions of cable length and trip hazards, is it technically feasible to do the whole thing on Wi-Fi instead of using cable?
This is the way to do it wirelessly. So if you want to be able to control the camera wirelessly, it will be a tablet or a mobile phone on a tripod, exactly like this example here. But as we were saying at the start, you still need a laptop somewhere in the building because our Zoom master can't be jumping up and fiddling. Like you saw me have to do that a couple of times to disable the audio and stuff. It's not a great solution for the middle of a contest. So you still need a Zoom master to have a full PC somewhere where they can mute participants, manage the chat, let people into the waiting room, all of those things away from this. And again, as Alex mentioned, this solution is another great solution. However, you'll want to maybe have a battery bank on hand, a USB battery bank, or a PowerPoint or something to be able to plug it in, because that little guy is not going to last the full day.
Thanks.
Yep. All right. So again, getting back to this point of what is your job as an area director or a division director versus what are you sending off to other people? Now, you are not running each of your contests. You are arranging for contest toastmasters to run those contests. And that means the bit that's your responsibility is to brief those contest toastmasters so that they are adequately prepared for running a hybrid contest. So we're used to always running our contestant briefings on the morning of the event or just at the immediate start of the event. And that is still a fantastic and valid option. It is in fact the option I still prefer, because even if you have an online briefing a day or two in advance, inevitably people are going to miss that briefing anyway. So you're probably going to do two regardless. So I still personally enjoy a face-to-face briefing. However, having hybrid briefings, so having briefings online 2 or 3 days ahead of time is still is another very valid option that a lot of people were using last year. Now, hybrid or face-to-face, it's not actually quite as simple as that as being on the day or before, because if you have a contestant online during the contest day, you can't just run a face-to-face briefing. The online contestant has to be fully involved and have all of the same access to those briefings that our face-to-face contestants have. So you just need to make sure that you have some planning around how you're going to communicate with that online contestant. Do you have a spare little breakout room assigned that has a spare laptop and webcam in it? Are you going to do the briefing with somebody holding a mobile phone? How are you going to be able to fully involve your contestants in each of those briefings, noting that you may have 2, 3, 4 briefings happening at the same time, usually 2. So, so definitely considering how the briefings are going to work. Yes, Christine?
We had this, we've had them online because it works for our environment. But what we did was we could run all the briefings, but we had different breakout rooms before the contests, and we had role plays. So the contest chair was briefed separately, and then they got the opportunity to role play what was happening. We had a script for them so that when the contestants came on, they role played too, so that it was all done beforehand, so they got to know, when they come on, unmute yourself, turn on your camera, and you see the lights saying something, and that's what they did when they were online. So role playing, being online gave us the opportunity to practice beforehand, because it's like everything else. The more you practice, the less it's unlikely. And we did all the briefings beforehand, so that if there was anything on the day, we posted it on the day. But it worked very well doing role plays. Because of the content is, most of them picked it up. Didn't have to spend 1 hour with one of them, but at least on the day they knew what to do.
Don't you hate it when you say something and somebody else makes a much better point than you do? Absolutely. Yeah, that's completely shoots down my argument. Yes, that opportunity to role play and have a little bit of a practice run for both your contest Toastmaster and your Sergeant at Arms and the contestants themselves. Absolutely, yes, online provides you with a much better opportunity to do that.
You also need to look at which contests that people are competing online in. If you have an evaluation contest and you have a contestant who's online, who supervises them? Where do they put their notes? These are the considerations that the contest chair and the contest or conference organizer have to take into consideration. Do they just simply put their notes behind and are watched by the Zoom master? Table topics. Do they go first? Do you reach an agreement with the contestants that the person online gets to go first? There's no actual answer for that, but it's something that you need to consider and work out what's going to work best for your contests. It's all right for humorous and international. Everyone can stay in the room. Yes, Christine. Microphone, Con. Yeah.
It's the extra green tool. What we found is that we put them in a breakout room, and then we have had Sergeant with them, and then we WhatsApp to say next speaker in the So that worked very well. I've actually experienced as a contestant in New Zealand evaluation contest, and a lot of it's on honesty and integrity, and so we're all Toastmasters, we're all honest, and people are actually supposed to win, and I'm not most of the time that's where the table topics into a breakout room, someone with some experience, and then we work in a way to bring them back, and it's worked really well.
Yeah. And it is
20 minutes to go.
Thank you.
Excellent. I'll just keep moving for a quick moment and then loop back to some extra questions shortly. So the next point on there is clothing. So this is another bit of a flag. You can't choose your clothing once you've got to the venue. So you need to make sure that your contest Toastmasters have thoroughly briefed the contestants on appropriate clothing to wear when they have to wear microphones. So this is my little set of the Amazon knockoff of the expensive microphones, the Amazon knockoff of the cheap microphones. And so it is just like the others. It has a little transmitter unit and it has the receiver. And this is the thing, just like these ones here, that everyone goes and clicks onto their clothing. Now, if you're wearing a dress that goes from the neck all the way down, there is nowhere to clip this microphone. And so then you end up with a very awkward solution. People tucking them up here, and it technically works, but the audio is nowhere near as clear. It gets some funny sounds from rubbing against your throat, and your voice coming out here, and the microphone is under here. So so you end up really awkward microphone positioning. So it's a good recommendation to ask people. So men are usually okay because they tend to have a button shirt of some kind or a jacket that's very easy to clip onto. But particularly your contestants that may wish to wear a dress or some other form of clothing like that, it's to ensure they have a belt or a sash or something where they can clip on those microphones.
And just before, that's also a consideration to go and see the venue to see what microphones they have. I know at the Central Division Conference this year, they had clip-on mics. So they had lapel mics with a wire that ran to a belt hook. If that's the case, you need to brief the contestants to have something to hook it on. Otherwise, it winds up swinging in the breeze, and one, you can break them. Two, the sound's not very good, and it's very distracting for the contestants.
Ideally, with your equipment, is to actually have a fixed lanyard in your equipment, just in case you come around and they can put it up on.
So just for the Zoom, in case nobody heard that, that was a suggestion. Just in your Zoom kit of goodies, have a thick lanyard as an emergency backup that the contestant can wear if they don't have a better solution.
And while we're transitioning to there, in terms of microphone use, if people have a microphone like this that they have to hold, you need to instruct them as to where they need to hold it. So they don't hold it, for example, down around their stomach, which a lot of people is comfortable due to standing there at exactly where some people are comfortable holding their microphone. They need to have it up if they need to have it up. So again, test it, trial it, and do the work before you have your contest, which is why we're suggesting 2 weeks minimum notice to do it. Yes, Judith.
It's just a good idea too, that the ladies know not to wear a necklace because it can interfere with the microphone on the scalp. And earrings.
Yeah.
So just as another note on the microphone usage, you'll note today how we're both wearing microphones and speaking into the microphone. And that's an important consideration that the venue audio, so the speakers for the people in the room, are coming through the venue's microphone system, and the Zoom audio is coming through these wireless microphones that we've been talking about. Now, in some venues, it is possible to hook the venue audio up to your laptop, but it's not very reliable. You would absolutely 100% need to check that in person and fully test it ahead of time. This is my bag of goodies to make sure that I'm actually missing 2 cables out of here. So there's 2. If I want to have a high confidence of being able to connect to venue audio, I have a whole bag full of cables that I carry around with me. And the last time I relied on that, I had every possible angle sorted, got into the venue, and then found they had a welded metal cage in front of all of the ports. I had a cable to suit every possible audio port, and they had welded a cage in front of it so that nobody mucked with their system. So just be aware that you will probably have to be managing both microphones. If it's a fixed setup, you could put them together. I have certainly placed a rubber band around the microphone and put both microphones together. That's one solution when we're in a fixed environment like this. But in a speech contest where you're giving people the flexibility to move around a stage, you're going to need to be considering both microphone options. Yes, sir.
Probably more a comment, just picking up on something that you said earlier. Just when you are talking to the contestants, remind them belts are good, elastic weights on dresses and clothes not good. We have multiple cases of wardrobe malfunction where the pack has been flipped to the back, and we've seen more than any contestant other than Christine Lennon.
All right.
We ready for the next slide?
Yeah.
Could you just have some time at the very beginning for contestants to come up and go, test 1, 2, 3?
Absolutely. I always give contestants the opportunity to come in early. and view the stage area and view the microphones. So that's something that I always provide for contestants. And last question before we move on for now.
We've both got the microphone on the lapel. Have they each got their own receiver?
No, so these ones, you can buy them in pairs. So the little box set I had there had 2 microphones and 1 receiver, same as these ones. And I think same as the Amazon kit, was that 2 microphones? Yeah, so it is common for them to come in a pair. In a contest setting though, it's probably easier to only use one of them. If you're looking for the easiest option, spending the extra 30 seconds handing it over is easier than finding out that the second one wasn't on mute halfway through the next contest. So keep things simple.
And some venues will have multiple microphones set up in a bank that runs through a soundboard, which looks really complicated, but is not actually that complicated to use. And you can have 10 microphones running at the same time. But that really depends on the venue that you have.
One of the other things in relation to that is you have to be aware that these microphones are on battery. You do have to keep charging them to make sure they operate. And the other thing is, make sure that when you finish your presentation, take it off. I have been guilty of walking around a club meeting after with the microphone still on, talking to people. Luckily, I didn't say anything untoward, but you need to be aware to take them off.
And you'll always have a sergeant at arms in a contest. When you brief, when the contest chair briefs the sergeant at arms, make them responsible for the microphones. It's the easiest way to get around it.
Yeah, one step backwards again. The contest postmaster, who's responsible for briefing them and giving them the script?
You.
Oh. Yeah. So yes, well, we've got a question there. Chief Judge or your contest chair or your
convener.
Your convener.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yep. Chief Judge. Yep. So I'm sure there is an official answer there, and I'm not 100% sure which way it is. I'll let you speak in a second. But as a conference convener, you need to be prepared to do it in case your chief judge doesn't, in case for anything that's happening in your conference, you need to be prepared to step in or delegate the task if it's not going to happen. So even if you have delegated the task, you need to make sure that your chief judge knows that that's going to be their responsibility on the day, because a lot of people have different ideas of the responsibility of a chief judge. The official rule book actually gives the chief judge a lot more scope than we traditionally use in District 69. So you just need to make sure that you have clearly defined that with your team ahead of time. Candice? Yeah.
Yep.
So these are designed so that you don't see the transmitter. So these transmitters are quite small now. A couple of years ago, they were 4 to 6 times this size, and people didn't want this giant heavy thing hanging on the front of their shirts. So you use a lapel microphone. That one clips neatly on. You run the cable inside your shirt preferably, or inside your jacket, and then you drop the receiver either inside a pocket or clip that receiver. It's got a little clip on the back of it. Clip that receiver onto the back of your belt. So these could be both clipped on at the front here, and just deal with the cable. That's fine. It's just doesn't look the best. Sorry. It is not. So the original question there was about, can you clip both ends of a system that has a microphone and a transmitter separately? Can you clip both ends onto a lanyard or onto the collar of your shirt? Yes is the technical answer. If these battery packs are large though, it may be quite uncomfortable and heavy. So it's definitely not ideal in all scenarios. But yes, it is technically possible. If you're wearing a belt though, you still have the opportunity to put that transmitter on the back of the belt, which is the preferred option there. We'll just hold off on any more questions now. We'll just make sure that we get through the last few slides of the content, and then we'll open up any remaining time for questions.
All right, so where do you get all that stuff? I touched on this a little bit earlier. Beg, borrow, or steal. Please, if you do steal, don't get caught. Look around your home. We've just gone through COVID. Many of us will have had to work from home, and you may have some of this equipment sitting on your computer that you don't use anymore. Or you do use it for Toastmasters online meetings, attending the district council meeting. Grab it and utilize it if it's your own. Ask around your clubs, Zoom account, your division. If you need microphones, ask your clubs. The venue, go speak with your venue when you hire it, or if you've already booked it, go and see exactly what they've got and see what equipment that they have available that they can lend. As I said, you might be able to go down to the local computer store or to a business that does this and ask them for a little bit of sponsorship and a bit of help. If you are prepared and get in early, you'll be amazed at what you can source. The key thing is, though, get someone else who knows exactly what they're doing, who is techie, to help you with it. At the Central Division conference this year, I was able to go up to the venue and have a look and see exactly what was required. They used a big soundboard, which looks, as I said, looked very complicated, but wasn't very complicated to use. But that helped, because when Sarah went up and along with a couple of other people, they didn't know what they were looking at. So they couldn't tell me as the Zoom master what to expect when I got there. So if you've got a Zoom master, get them to go with you, so they know the questions that they need to ask and they can see the equipment that they're going to be using. Get help. Don't do it yourself.
All right, our closing thoughts before we open up to about 5 minutes of questions. You need to, so as your jobs as area directors, as division directors, your job is to sort all of the things that can't be sorted 2 weeks out. And the key one for that is your venue. So at the time that you choose your venue, you're not going to know whether you're going to need that online capacity or not. The one thing that you know is that you're going to have to be able to provide it if a contestant requests it. So you need to make sure that your venue is suitable, or if it doesn't have all of the tech there, that you have a plan to get it there. You can get people with projectors within Toastmasters. You can get people with screens that they can bring in. You just need to make sure that you have that plan, and it is much easier if the venue can support the screen side of things for you. Second point, get a Zoom master. You have too much going on to handle the tech on the day. My club did a hybrid meeting the other day. We're face-to-face only club, but we had a remote session. I forgot the word of it. Sorry. A live stream, that's the one. Thank you, Lisa. We had a live stream meeting the other night, and somehow, just through poor planning, I was both Toastmaster, which seemed perfectly reasonable since I was president, and the tech person, which seemed perfectly reasonable because I'm a tech person. And it was only when I was getting there on the night, I went, oh no, I am Toastmaster and tech person. So you don't want to be doing that for your conferences. You just have too many other responsibilities on the day to be worrying about the tech. So get yourself a Zoom master. It doesn't have to be myself or Alex or Cam or Graham. It can be a normal member from your clubs that knows how to use Zoom and practices using the microphones. We don't want to create this walled garden where there's only a handful of people within Toastmasters that know how to use this technology. We want to be spreading these responsibilities and opportunities to everybody so that all areas and members learn how to use this, because just like we're here to learn to speak and lead, this is another set of skills that we're going to be learning. It's another set of skills that is very handy in your personal and professional lives.
Do a trial run if you can, always helps. The old 5 Ps, prior preparation and planning, prevents a poor performance. I think that's actually 7. There's a couple of extra words in there that I usually use, but I won't today. Thoroughly brief your contest Toastmasters, and can't say this enough, don't do it yourself. Get somebody else. Do we have any questions?
Let's start with, we'll ask Pam, because Pam had her hand up a few times, and then we'll go to Denise.
Thanks. I've got a couple of questions. Oh, one's a suggestion. Suggestion. What about a timer online?
You'll want, so we didn't want to get into the nitty-gritty of the handling the Zoom master roles particularly, but yes, you do need to have a clear way for contestants both online and in person to see the time. There are different ways of doing that. There is making sure that the camera is pointing directly very clearly at timing lights. That works sometimes, but it can be hard to see. You could have a timer on both. You could have timer online and make sure the contestants have a clear screen like this. There are different ways, but that's something for the Zoom master to work through a bit more.
We had a situation last year where the timing lights were being held clearly in front of the camera, but on the Zoom screen they were off.
And that comes back to absolutely do a trial run and make sure it's clear to see. You have one quick question to go with that?
Just if it is online, the judges are going to be able to see it as well.
Absolutely. Yep.
And the other one was I suggest having a Zoom master online as well for doing the meeting from that side.
Again, yeah, absolutely. We've been trying to take a minimum viable product approach today of what is the least, like what's the smallest team, least equipment that you can get away with. If you have the capacity, having an assistant chief judge / Zoom master online is a fantastic tool to corral judges' ballots online, to manage any audio problems that may be hard to tell in the room, because otherwise your Zoom master is going to need headphones in the room to hear if the audio is working. So having a second Zoom master online at home, fantastic option. Denise?
Firstly, thank you so much for a great presentation, and I'd like to say how wonderful it is to have a Toastmasters presenting the tech, because you got that extra insight. I was just wondering, for an example, if this was a venue, you brought in your own equipment as well as we've used the equipment of the room. Could you just illustrate what was part of this venue and what you had to do to complement?
I'll let Alex start with the next question because I can show you a full setup in the next 3 minutes. So I will do that while Alex takes a couple more questions.
Any questions? Is everyone awake now out of their nightmare? Because I know this is one of the most scary things that area directors and division directors have to consider. It's actually not. Yeah.
Just one thing too, and it comes back to preparation, and this is one of the favourite
I like those.
I've been in Houston over the years, and the most recent one I completed, I forgot all about wearing something that would work for the microphone. And that's not the one that I first off on, it was another one. And I assumed that it would be something like Josh used, but it wasn't. And the only place they could put the great big square with the big wire was in the back of my dress. And the wire stuck into the back of my hair. And we were up there on stage trying to compete and be equal with everybody else. It was the head that goes forward. It was very uncomfortable. So it goes back to preparation. So I made a mistake of assuming it would be up to date equipment, and it wasn't. But also too, it was just being prepared as well. And I've been around for 2 years, prepared it a few times, but it was something that I was doing up in little equipment, but it wasn't. So that's really important. I love the idea of the lady would be no good, but the big city, like,
Yeah, again, it's going to the venue, finding out exactly what they have, and speaking and briefing the contestants and warning them. If they turn up with a low-cut dress that doesn't have a collar or anything like that, after they have been briefed, that is on them. It's not your issue. The other question that often comes up, just quickly before Lou, the other thing that comes up is, what about the people online? The contestants online or the judges, who provides their equipment? Simple answer, they do. If they wish to compete online, they're responsible for their environment and their equipment and getting online and having a good connection. Don't stress about that at all. Lou.
Just a very quick comment in relation to getting people who are tech savvy to take on the role. My home club is Ravina Toastmaster, and this is a hybrid club. We actually have a role within the meeting, which is the team master or tech master, and we rotate that role. So we are teaching people how to use the equipment. Now that is the club equipment, so it can vary from club to club, but we teach our members how to set up a Zoom meeting. That is the best way to get people to know how to run Zoom or hybrid meetings.
So if you're trying to plan some PR activities for your club and you're trying to do a practice run for your conference, you can run a live streamed version of one of your club meetings, and it's a fantastic opportunity to test all of the tech that you're planning to use. Now, just as a note, in that quick moment when we were answering those questions there, I just set up a full hybrid setup. I have my laptop. Now, this is my work laptop. I had it at home. I didn't have to go and buy it. It's just one that I had here. There is the microphone transmitter. This is something that you would borrow from someone because they're a bit expensive. This kit is about $250. They're a bit expensive to just go and buy for one event, but I guarantee you someone in your area or division has one that you can probably borrow for the event. There's the receiver to get clipped onto each of the speakers as they speak, a tripod, and a webcam plugged in with USB. Now, this kit has nice short cables, which means that laptop's going to have to sit right in front of that table, as Zoom Master is going to be sitting right in the front there controlling it. And that is a simple reality for most people when you're looking at the most basic setup. But that's it. So the microphones are the only thing that you're not likely to have kind of lying around someone in your club. And like, certainly for myself, I bought these microphones to be able to share them. So somebody will have them. So that is our time here for this morning. Sorry, Pam, I'll take it on lunch. We have just been called for time. So one last question.
Are the people in the room or the people online? How do you hear them?
So if you are using, you will need the venue's PA. So this system would need to be plugged into the venue's PA. So that's a venue consideration for where that laptop can sit. And you may need two if the venue, if your webcam means it needs to sit right in front and your venue means it needs to sit off to the side, you may need two solutions. So we are going to be sending around a checklist.
The other thing, just as a continuation to answer it, these USB portable speakers are really, really good. You can crank them up, everyone can hear them, and they just connect to almost any device, your phone, your laptop, via Bluetooth. That's a very good option as a speaker if you don't have one in the venue. And they work really well.
They do have very high volume.
Thank you, everybody. We have recorded this session. We will be sending out a checklist. Come talk to us on our morning tea break. And good luck with all of your conferences this year.
And don't stress.
Thank you, Joshua and Alex. And I hope all of the people online found something positive from this very informative presentation. Thank you very much. I would now like to move on to the next item on the agenda before morning tea, and that's review session by distinguished Toastmaster Deb Barnett.
Thank you, Con. Look, the scones over there are smelling delicious. So we'll just make it a really quick wrap up. There's a lot to consider, isn't there, with online and Zoom and hybrid. So thank you very much to Joshua and Alex for clarifying that in such an plain language, basically. So I'm actually starting to get my head around it a little bit, and I hope that you are too. But even if you've got to beg, borrow or steal for this equipment, at least you know what you're looking for now. You know what it looks like. So if you're into stealing, well, then it makes it a whole lot easier, doesn't it? And if in doubt, delegate. Love it. So thank you guys very much for that. That was really, really informative and helpful, especially in the current climate. We're going to take a short break for morning tea. So don't forget our networking. We're going to connect with people this year and get that face-to-face happening again that we had lost over those COVID years. So help yourself to morning tea. Special diets are on the side, not on the bar, they're on the side. Thank you, Robert. Nicely pointed out. And enjoy the cuppa, and we'll come back in about 15 to 20 minutes. Everybody online okay? Yep, beautiful, thank you.
Give them a bit of a zap.
The instructions weren't right. You got to hold it for 5 seconds.
Yes.
I was going to teach Lou how to give clear instructions.
True.
Two-minute warning, everybody. Grab there's still scones there. Grab another scone and I'll call you back to order in 2 minutes. Thank you. Are you ready in 2 minutes?
Sunday the 15th of October. It's need of a gun. I don't know where you look. But
Make sure I've got I'm available. Put it down. You're having online as well?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll book you.
Okay.
How are you, Kat? Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. Please be seated so we can move on to the next session. Before I move on to the next session, I'm going to ask from Central Division, where I live, I'm going to ask Area 28 Director, Cassie Mullen, to read the district mission for us. Please welcome Cassie.
Thanks, Connie. Our district mission, we build new clubs and support all clubs in achieving excellence.
Thank you, Cassie. On our agenda, I will now like to resume and call to introduce the next session, Distinguished Toastmaster Deb Barnett. Please put your hands together. Thank you, Deb.
The golden cube. Now, I used to think that my Nana's scones were the best, but they're pretty damn good, aren't they? They're great. So we've been looked after again by Kedron Wavell Services Club. But thank you, everybody, for engaging with Joshua and Alex over the break. We were able to get more questions sorted out and just a bit more clarity about what you need individually. So that was wonderful. We'll now give the guys a bit of a break, don't you think? Or we'll just keep them working. But also, thank you for your suggestions and questions. I often think that these suggestions and questions, no matter how simple they are, particularly with questions, are what the rest of us are thinking, but we just haven't verbalised it yet. So please ask, please join in. This is a two-way street. We have wonderful presenters who are going to cover everything for you, but please ask. If not during the session, then during the break. Our next session is all about the District 69 Operations Manual. Now, I don't know how many of you know of its existence, but it is kind of a roadmap, a kind of a learning, what we've learned over the years as a district, all piled into a book, approved book, reviewed book, well, not book, but document that is currently under review again. We like to review it every so often, just like all plans, all documents, to make sure that they're still current. So to tell us all about the District 69 Operations Manual is Distinguished Toastmaster Robert Green. Now, Robert is a past District 69 Director and our current District 69 Parliamentarian. So let's welcome him to tell us all about the Operations Manual.
Thank you, and hopefully people online can hear me. Yes, Candice? Yes, they're indicating they can. Awesome. I'm going to free myself from the microphone stand, and hopefully I won't have gone so far that the camera can't see me. Our next 20 minutes are about the District Operating Procedures, also known as the District Operating Manual, the District Administrative Procedures, the District Administrative Guidelines, and the Green Book. It's had many, 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 many names. Why have we put aside time with you as our district leaders to discuss this document? It's about putting it in context because it's one piece of a puzzle. Who has found governing documents, protocol, procedures, policies, etc., to be a puzzle? Yes. Who has never looked at any of those documents? You're not alone. You're not alone. Many people have opened the document, gone, oh, for the love of little sweet Jesus, and run away as fast as they possibly can. Let me tell you, though, the district operating procedures are not designed to be scary. They are the playground of parliamentarians. A little bit of alliteration there. And the parliamentarians regularly do go through and change the name of the book because, you know, that's the highlight of our year. But we also go and have a look and see if the document aligns with the governing documents of Toastmasters International. Because in a battle between the decisions of District Council here in Brisbane and Toastmasters International in Colorado, who do you think wins? Those of you that thought that the motions moved by people at our council meeting overrode the governing documents as outlined by Toastmasters International? No. The governing documents from Toastmasters International always take precedence, and they change every year, sometimes multiple times a year. All of you will be contest chairs at either area or division speech contests later this year or next year. As such, you're responsible for interpreting and applying the speech contest rulebook. It changes every year, and they put a nice little diamond next to every change. Governing documents, not so much. We have to hunt for the changes that they've made, trawl through the minutes of board meetings in the hope that the board has actually told us what they're planning to do. And sometimes we're pleased, sometimes we're disappointed, because sometimes it's only when something comes up that we actually discover what the governing documents have changed to. What does the district operating procedures set to do? Toastmasters is an organisation where we spend a phenomenal amount of time and money training you as our leaders, and just when you think you've got a handle on what it is that you're doing, what do? We replace you. That's exactly right. Now, some of us past District Director Christine, past District Director Barbara, past District Director Robert are slow learners. So we come back and do it again and again and again. Most of you will apply your learnings, gain your learnings from 12 months and potentially not serve as area directors again, although it is the best job in Toastmasters. As I can see looking around the room, there are quite a number of you that have chosen to take this trip down the leadership path again and again. But if I could leave you with one message about what is going to be a key to your success when it comes to governance, to policy, it is read the book. If you don't know where the answer is in the book, the website has this function called Control F, find, and then type in a term. If that doesn't work, use a thesaurus, which is not an endangered type of dinosaur, I should point out, and look for other words or terms that you think might cover it. But not everything is in the governing documents. There are things that we do in District 69 that are, thinking about my dinosaur again, let's say special, different. One of them, for example, is our division council meetings. Those of you that have been around District 69 for a while will know that when we have division council meetings, we invite every club president. We invite every club vice president of education. According to Toastmasters International, none of them are actually invited. That's a District 69 thing. District 69 specifically asked for permission to involve our clubs at division level. So it's part of the district operating procedures that our division council meetings will include the presidents and vice presidents of education. That's one of the things that's hidden in the book. Other things that you might find in the district administrative procedures or its various appendixes are the order to which you would actually introduce guests. When we are leading an official event, it's always appropriate that we acknowledge the dignitaries that are in the room, and there is a specific order in which that's done. Do we expect that every area and division director is going to get it right on every occurrence? No, because many of us that have been around Toastmasters are still, for quite a while, are still waiting to see somebody get it right. Because inevitably, some of the orders will be wrong. But that's because it's complex, and that's because we're a learning organization, and it's okay to make mistakes. But the district operating procedures can help you avoid some of those mistakes. Now, as you would know, there is a district council meeting tomorrow. A group has gone away and had a look at the district operating procedures, and they are going to present to you a couple of motions for your consideration tomorrow. Who here has actually read the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm actually pleasantly surprised. If I was to ask you how many of them were there, how many could tell me? 90? Not quite. 52? You're closer. No, getting colder. There's 51. And as a past district parliamentarian, I'm not surprised Pam would know the answer to that question. There are 51 motions, some of which are, quite frankly, fairly minor. One of them is that we update the version control to reflect the fact that there's been an update. Hopefully that's not going to be controversial. Motion 20 is that the district operating procedures be renumbered to reflect the items that have been added and taken out. Don't ask me why it's motion 20 that ended up being the renumbering motion, but it is in there. Other motions, however, are much more significant. As Mark will have discovered, potentially to his horror, there's a whole lot of information in the district operating procedures about finances. And it talks about what things that area and division directors can claim reimbursement for. What we will be doing is having a conversation tomorrow about this moving from the district operating procedures, which is parliamentarian world, across to the district budget. Because at the end of the day, as district parliamentarian, I'm not going to be paying for your expenses. Guarantee you that it's not going to come out of the district parliamentarian's budget. So we've got a couple of motions that talk about this being for the district budget to determine. We've got some things about the district conference. If you're involved in organising a district conference and speech contest, there is some really useful information in the district operating procedures about what we expect. However, some of the information there isn't consistent with Toastmasters International guidelines. So we're going through and changing that as well. So what we're seeking to do with the district operating procedures is to give you as leaders some guidelines. Now, a couple of things. Do you think following Toastmasters International policies and protocols is optional? No. Is following the district operating procedures optional? Yes, it actually is. The district operating procedures embody the decisions that previous district councils have made. Those district councils are not, and I repeat this, they're not all wise, all knowing, and have the ability to foresee the future. Lord knows anyone that's tried to chair one will guarantee you that they're not all wise or all knowing. And they can't predict things like COVID. I don't think anyone predicted COVID, did they, Barbara? No. It certainly caused a lot of headaches, and it certainly caused us to have to do things in a way that was different. The district operating procedures is designed to give you guidance as to what has worked in the past and what district councillors said that they want to happen. There are things like the district operating procedures at the moment say, please don't schedule a club anniversary event on a night when the district conference is on, because, you know, we'd actually like you to come to the district conference rather than have a club event that night. Others talk about, okay, how much are we going to charge people for attending? What should we do if a senior district officer is visiting? Is it reasonable for us to expect to charge a chief judge that's going to be working all day to come along and attend your conference? We give advice in relation to those in the district operating procedures. What I did want to give you an opportunity, seeing so many of you have read the motions and seeing so many of you are familiar with the district operating procedures, was to ask if you had any questions about what the district operating procedures say, so that I can ask Pam to answer them for you.
Robert, 4.2, 2.3. Thank you very much. 4.2 and 4.1, they relate to the district conference.
Yep.
And as you have said, previously, district conferences, when they were written, were put in event 2 years out.
Yep.
And what happened was 18 months out, you did the budget. So it was announced, you voted 2 years out, and 18 months out, you presented the budget. Of late, because we're getting back into the swing of things, that hasn't happened because we've transitioned from online back to face to face. I noticed in one of those there were comments, is this still relevant? And it said that bids to be put in 18 months out with all of the finances.
Yep.
So that was something I had a question about, because say, for example, the current one, they're putting in their budget this weekend, 6 months out. And that's been because of circumstance. They put in the bid 6 months ago, so they'll be going hell for leather. So that one is going to be dependent on what precedes it or what else? Because I read all the comments.
So, sorry, Christine, because I have to summarize the question for the people on
Okay,
Zoom,
right, what
could we
is-
make
is-
questions less than
Okay,
25
fine.
words?
What it basically is that with something like that, I think we need to look at before we change something, you know, in the comments on something like the district. We need to review it, and I'll probably question that in the council meeting as to, you were going to wipe it out, or was it relevant? And I feel it still is.
Okay, if I was to try to summarize that question, it is that 4.2 currently talks about the bids for district conference being done 2 years in advance, or 18 months the bid 2 years in advance, the budget 18 months in advance. One of the motions that's proposed for tomorrow is to remove that clause. And I believe Christine's question was, why are we asking for that to be removed? The short answer is District Council doesn't have the power to direct a district officer in the discharge of their duty. The choice of where the venue is going to be is a choice of the PQD in that year. So the district team under Kevin cannot direct Lou where he holds his district conference. So the governing documents of Toastmasters will always overrule the district operating procedures, and because they're inconsistent, that's the reason for the removal. What we will do is ask for expressions of interest at district council meetings so that we know that someone is interested and that they're preparing for the work. But at the end of the day, the decision will be made in the year because it has to be. That's what Toastmasters has said. Yes,
Can I
Barbara.
just comment very briefly on, yes, what was done forever and a day came unstuck when COVID hit. So what happened in my year, the conference had been planned 2 years ahead, a substantial deposit and funds had been paid. They tried moving the conference forward a year, and in the end we had to cancel it. And because some of that money was non-refundable, the district actually lost $17,000. So that really is, COVID basically slapped us in the face and showed us that booking that far ahead had a serious negative side.
Yep. We also have had situations in the not too distant past where a PQD has disagreed with the choice of where a conference was going to be, actually sought direction from World Headquarters about did they have the ability to overrule a previous district council meeting, and actually received the advice back from Toastmasters that it was at the PQD's call, which came as a surprise to us. We weren't expecting that would be the decision, but that was what TI advised.
Thanks, Robert. I'm not disagreeing with the fact that PQD can do the call. I thought it was actually the district that well, it was the PQD. That being the case, why are we voting at council meeting as to where a district conference should be?
At the end of the day, the way in which the motion will probably be presented to the district council has the responsibility to approve the budget for the district conference. The governing documents expressly give the district council that approval. The district council back in May did not vote to accept Leading Edge's bid to host the Caloundra conference because, again, they can't bind the following years. They noted and they received and they commissioned Leading Edge to go and present a more detailed bid and to present a budget for the semi-annual. Because the semi-annual is the one that will accept the budget based on Lou's recommendation of where the conference should be. Have I? I'm not sure that I've explained that clearly, but hopefully I have. Were there any other questions on any of the governing documents? Denise. Now I know Denise knows these backwards and forwards, but she's also got somebody to help her called a parliamentarian. If you don't have one, find one. They're incredibly useful to have. I know Lisa's got one, but
Do we want to hear from our district director?
sure.
A lot of the problem actually happens when we have people, Toastmasters that have been in Toastmasters for a very, very long time, and they don't update their knowledge, and they say, this is what happened, this is what happens. It did happen, but it's no longer relevant, and that's why we have so much, just, I suppose you'd call it confusion, is that over time, practices have changed, but they haven't been perhaps updated in the District 69 operating manual, and that's why we did it. So it's really important, particularly when you're dealing the younger area directors, you may be given advice from more senior people in your division saying this is what happens. Do be aware that they may be talking historically. Now, unless we want to be still here at midnight tomorrow night, we're not going to sit there and have a massive discussion about 51 motions. It's not going to be perfect, but we actually have had DEC, we've had Town Hall, and we've had the experience of Robert and his committee, and we do think we have it 95% correct. So that's all I wanted to say, is that it's not a perfect document and it's organic. And we don't want a big blow up tomorrow. We just won't, we haven't got the time for it.
I will be around, however, for the rest of the day if you do have questions. It's not been the intent of the committee, and there's a couple in the room who I want to acknowledge for their work on the committee, Nikki, Pam and Alex, that were all involved in putting this together as well. It's not our intent to shape or change the way the district is operating through this review. Our goal has been to align with what is current district practice and what the governing documents say. By all means, if you do have any questions about what is proposed, if you do have any questions about the governing documents or the district operating procedures in particular, do come up and have a conversation with me, preferably today or tomorrow morning and not in the district council meeting. I'm happy to respond to questions in the district council meeting, but as Denise has indicated, she'd prefer me not to be talking to midnight about the district operating procedures. I know not why. Speaking of not talking to midnight, I'm being told to get off the stage. So I'll thank you very much for your participation and your questions, and I'll look forward to speaking to you again after lunch on another topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert, for an exceptional presentation. The next item on our agenda is the review, and please welcome back together our training manager extraordinaire, Deb Barnett.
Thank you, Con. Gee, that operations manual has got a lot of technical stuff in it, hasn't it? And it does actually make interesting reading. So yes, do read it, but be aware that there is a quiz at the end of it and you can't click out of it until you've done the quiz and got 100%. Only joking. But as long as you're aware of those types of documents, because they are important, they do regulate how we do things, and you can, as Robert suggested, use it as a suggestion. But you don't need to know everything that's in it, but just need to know where to find it online and that it exists and what's in it. So if you're ever asked a question, to be able to clarify things, you can say, well, I don't know the answer to your question, but you know where to go and find out. And you go and find out and get back to your member or whoever's asking, and you're able to provide that information with a reference, with a source, which is really important. Our next session. Now, we're all looking for membership growth in our clubs. There's so many clubs that are struggling for new members. They're also struggling for club coaches, but there are incentives. If you are able to break through and find members for your clubs, which is just so important these days, then there are incentives for your club from TI, from the district, as well as those obvious being able to grow your club. To tell us all about those is Nikki Jerd, DTM. She's our current club growth director and the lady that knows all about incentives. Let's welcome Nikki.
one of those situations where I didn't dress appropriately for the microphone, Josh. Yeah. Hopefully Zoom can hear me. Zoom, give me a thumbs up. Yeah, Zoom's good. So ladies and gentlemen, I learned at the Toastmasters International Convention this critical thing about membership building. It was repeated a couple of times, and that is, there is no problem in Toastmasters that can't be solved by having more members. What do you think about that? There are no problems in Toastmasters that can't be solved by having more members. Do we agree? Disagree? Feels okay? Probably at a club level it would be true, but sometimes there are district level problems like parliamentarian related problems. Maybe more members wouldn't be helpful in that situation. This presentation is broken up into two parts. I have a few things to tell you about membership building incentives, some which are TI based, some which are district based, and then we're going to do a little bit of interaction at our tables, and our Zoom people, they're going to be a table in themselves, and we're going to share our learnings from those interactions. So let me start with kind of the boring bit first. I think it's the boring bit. Toastmasters International has 3 membership building incentives. They are loosely the same. They've got different names and they occur at different times of the year. Has anyone heard of one of them before? Robert, what have you heard before? Yell it out.
Beat the clock. Smack that clock around.
Beat the clock, smack that clock around. Yeah, smack that clock around is the Australian version of beat the clock. And do you know anything about beat the clock, Robert? Do you know the parameters of it?
At the end of the Toastmasters.
Oh, he's really good. Yeah, it's at the end of the Toastmasters year and he thinks it's in May and June and he's holding up 5 fingers. So I think that's, you get 5 new members into your club. Do you know what you get for it? You get a ribbon. Yeah. And you get something else too. You get 10% off at the shop. Yeah, you get 10% off at the shop. So Robert's perfectly right. What was that, Pam?
Excluding postage.
It probably does exclude postage, yeah. Yeah, but 10% off in US dollars is more like 16% off in Australian dollars. So we get a bit of an extra incentive. Anyone in math know that that's not how percentages work. Anyway, beat the clock. That's the first one. It lasts for 2 months. There's another 2 incentives. Which one have you heard of, Pam?
Smedley.
The Smedley Award. Yeah, do you know anything about that? Can you tell us some more details?
That's the first one. It is in August, September.
Yeah, it finishes at the end of this month. Yeah, you're right. August, September. And the rules? Christine says it's 5 new members. Yeah, it's the same. And the incentives are the same. You get a ribbon and you get 10% off at the shop. Why are you holding your hand up, Lou?
New member, dual member, not a transfer member.
Yes, that's a really important thing. So it's a new member, a dual member, or a reinstated member, but not a transferred member. So a new member to you, but not necessarily a new, if someone's just moving around the tables to different clubs, that doesn't qualify as one of those 5. Now there's one more. Who knows what the other one is? Oh, Lisa's got her hand up. She's very enthusiastic about it.
The last one, probably the most important one, talk up.
Talk up Toastmasters. Yeah, you know, on TI's website, they say Toastmasters love talking about Toastmasters. Do you know anything more about Talk Up Toastmasters, Lisa?
Very similar to the other 2.
It's, yeah.
Membership building.
Yeah.
Happens in January, March, sometimes.
Pretty close, February to March, yep.
At the same event.
You get a ribbon.
Word of mouth, you get
Yep.
a ribbon, you get the 10%.
Exactly.
All 3, you also get your club name on a slide at the Hall of Fame.
Ah, and someone's just done the slides for us. There are 153 slides for tonight. So Lisa's been working very, very hard. So you do get that. And you also get your name up on the Toastmasters International website forevermore. You can see by year which clubs have achieved them. How do we feel about these incentives? Give me a general feeling. Do we feel good about them? Do we want to get them? Or do we feel a bit meh? Okay, I'm going to take that as everyone's a bit meh, except for Denise. She looks excited. Hey, Con, can you take around the Zoom microphone as well with you? Thank you.
I think the most effective part of those programs is they're the times of the year where you really need to build new members, particularly like after Christmas, you've got to get going again. The start of the new year, you've got to get going again. And at the end of the year, when we're trying to push hard to get those extra goals to reach our distinguished status. So I think although you do membership building all year round, those times are really quite critical.
Thank you so much, Denise. Oh, we've got a question or a comment over the back here from Christine.
Just, I have clubs in Pacifica that really love this idea. We have Eunice from Kingston, happy 48th Independence Day anniversary, Eunice, but Kingston really go for it.
Yeah.
And it's an incentive for the members, and we've kind of made it a bit of a competition up there so that we can try and beat Kingston. And that's when they actually build, and it's an incentive for the members too. So those ribbons, and I don't know that they use the 10%, but the ribbons and the acknowledgement is a big deal.
Yeah, the acknowledgement is a big deal for some clubs. That's true. Do you think any club might ever beat Kingston though?
Yeah, NCD's coming.
NCD's coming. Okay, yeah, close. Yeah, Kingston is an extraordinary club. They're on the global rankings, in fact. So I want you to have a think about those 3 incentives. TI do email the entire world those incentives as they come up. So they're probably worth a reminder to the clubs when you see them. But I want to talk about some other incentives. Tomorrow, after the district council meeting, we're going to be passing the budget tomorrow. And in that budget, we have a special district incentive, which I think is a bit cooler. You might have heard of it before because Robert, past feather duster, he was the first person to implement this idea. And that is, we have club marketing grants. So how much we've got in the budget is $4,800. The grants are for up to $300 per club. And the idea of these grants are so a club can implement marketing to non-Toastmasters. That's the whole premise of it. For most clubs, they're not super flush for cash, so it's very helpful. It can be used for advertising. And the whole idea of it is so clubs can get excited and get behind doing some membership building activities. Do we have anyone in the room from a club who has received one of those grants before? Oh yeah, down the front here. Suzanne, tell us, what did you spend it on?
Peninsula Club made little club magnets, and they had the little, what's that little code with the dot things on it? They had that, and they just
QR code.
QR code on it, and they hand them out like lollies.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, that's really good. Great. So we had some freak magnets made with a QR code that presumably scans and you go and find out more information about the club, and they hand them out like lollies. Yeah, excellent. Bob, what did you spend yours on?
This idea was copied from something that Nikki said in Cairns. They had a day of humorosity. So we had an afternoon of humorous speeches, invited all the members in Moreton Division to come along with humorous speeches. I think there was only about 6 people there who were not Toastmasters, so I don't think we had that much growth out of it, but it was a fun afternoon.
Yeah, excellent. Denise, you've been part of a club? What did you spend your money on?
We paid for an advertisement in the local magazine newsletter. It's called the Sandgate Guide. And in return, they gave us a page, feature story about our club, and featured one of our star speakers, and then spoke about the division speech contest, etc. And we actually got 2 new members from that.
Oh, cool. Anyone else? Who else has spent money on something? Nope. That's the end. You haven't received it yet, Chris. All right. I've got it. I think Robert raised his hand over here. Last person, tell us about your spendings.
Slightly different topic, but related. And one thing I wanted to mention to the area directors, the marketing grants, which actually came in Barbara's year, came out as a result of suggestions from an area director's comment on their official club visit form. The other thing that Barbara did in her year was those Toastmasters Meet Here signs. Again, that was a suggestion from an area director saying I couldn't find the meeting room on their official visit form. So if you're in doubt about whether or not those are read and whether to put it on your official visit form, please put it on your official visit form. You never know what a snide comment about the fact that you're walking through the dark, completely lost in the school looking for the venue, might lead to.
That's a fantastic segue to this next section, actually. So the interactive part of this section now, I want to move on from the incentives to us. As district leaders, I want you to brainstorm at your table, how can we help clubs build their membership? So that is practical things you can do as an area director, practical things you can do as a division that can help clubs build their members. So we're not talking about ideas for the club. We're not talking about, let's put an ad in Sandgate magazine. We're talking about us as district leaders, what we could do. How can we help? What kind of support we could provide? What kind of new things could we buy at district level? Like core flute signs that say Toastmasters meet here. That's what we're going to cover. We've got about 10 minutes and then we're going to share those ideas, steal ideas off each other. So the good areas, we're going to steal their ideas and hopefully implement some things across the entire district. Does anyone have any questions about what we're going to do right now? Yeah, Chris has a question.
So just so that I can clarify, because if we come up with some brilliant ideas and they're not relevant or so brilliant, so it could be host an event.
Yes, yep, absolutely. It could be host an event. In fact, if I just come back to what Barb implemented, she stole that off one of the northern areas and they hosted an event which was for non-Toastmasters to come along and Toastmasters provided all the speeches. So it was designed to be a humorous event. I think the one we ran in Cairns had about 120 people. So it was quite a successful event. So that's exactly the kinds of thing that we would like to talk about because for the general public, they don't know where an area boundary is or a division boundary. They just know Toastmasters. And so that's the idea that we want to do, cross geographic borders. Any other questions about this activity? Suzanne?
That card that Denise handed out with everything you do inside Toastmasters is applicable outside Toastmasters is brilliant and everybody should have bucket loads of them.
Put that down on your ideas and we'll discuss that at the end. All right, everyone go. We've got 10 minutes. Set the timer for 10 minutes.
Hi, Eunice.
Yeah, is that all right? Unless you want to.
Hello. Hey, Suzanne.
Hi. Should we
Sure.
put it? Do you want to put our can we do?
Do you want to put that in the chat for us? Since I
Yeah.
type too slow.
Yeah, I can type in the chat what our list is. So that was I think showcases, like to put on speeches that you non-Toastmasters can come and listen to.
Hosting an event, but yes.
Yeah.
A concert, a violin concert that I attended in August, and I'm just thinking I could apply that to that if we were to have a.
So what was that?
In terms of hosting and
yeah,
a concert,
like
and so we showcase people who play. Oh, this was for somebody who played the violin.
Yep.
We don't have very many of that. But
hey, Zoom and folk, we're just going to change up what
concert.
you're up to. And Eunice, can you join Christine on WhatsApp? And Suzanne, I'm going to pop you into a breakout room.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to change. Thanks.
Okay.
Probably have that in the business now, but have it at a hotel, have a lunch somewhere, and people could come along.
Are you guys good to go? Yeah. Full time? Yep, excellent. Are you good to go?
Yeah, we're good to go.
Okay, great. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring it back here. Hopefully you've had a good time brainstorming and some amazing ideas have percolated at your table, and we want to share them now. So Con's going to do some running. There's going to be 2 microphones that he's running with. He's got the Zoom mic and the everyday mic, and Josh did his usual trick of the rubber band to put them together. So it works quite well. I want to pick on a division first. I'm going to pick over here on Alex on Central Division. They've got a nice, neat list of things. So I want you to listen up. We're going to ask him questions if we have questions, and we're going to talk about the implementation of those ideas where it will work. So Alex, stand up and give us your best.
I have to lift this up because my eyes aren't that good. One of the suggestions was to advertise on venue websites or at the venue themselves for when we have area and division conferences, to get it out, to have more people, potentially visitors, attend, and not charge them a fee for coming in to sit and watch the contests. Another one that Con suggested was the website Meetup, which works really, really good for in capital cities, but is not so popular out in the rest of the world. Unfortunately, that's just the demographics of Meetup. Have an area for where you have clubs close together, to have an area open house, or have speakers represented from it, so like a mini contest type thing, but have all clubs represented and invite the public along. Involve the local media to cover area and division events. Have area speechcraft courses where everyone gets to share any potential new members. And the areas to create flyers for the surrounding clubs and advertising public venues, for example, libraries and things like that.
Awesome. Does anyone want to ask Alex a question about anything on his list? How would we rate them? Good ideas, bad ideas? Give him a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Oh, there's a few thumbs up. You did all right. Well done, East. Well done, Central.
Lou had his hand up for a question, I'm sure.
Lou, is that a question you've got? Yep. I'm going to give you a microphone, Lou.
I'm just writing these down, and I wrote down the mini contest, the open house type thing.
I can send you my list, Lou.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Thanks, guys. Brizzy, do you want to come on down next? Lisa's going to represent the Brizzy space. I can't quite hear you. You don't have a microphone.
Robert wondered why you didn't make Con run to the other end.
Oh, right.
You got to get his steps up, see. So Brisbane Division, we're looking at Toastmasters in the park, and that is actually picking a park that is very public, New Farm Park, something like that. Inviting all areas to participate and, of course, the public. Brand identity, asking clubs who they are, what is their, for want of a better word, thing, who are they, and where do they want to fit in the whole community of Toastmasters. Having generic flyers and postcards. So when I say generic, it's literally whoever it would be that does the, is that PR or is that PR person, would basically print out 100 flyers, bring them and put them on the table, and we can all go and grab some and put them up everywhere, where we could actually write in the club details or the phone number or something else. And lastly, it's when you join the club, you get a pretty little ribbon that says welcome to Toastmasters, and you also get a coffee voucher. For those people that love coffee, that could be a real incentive.
Cool, thank you. Does anyone have any questions of Lisa about her ideas? No? Awesome. Con, we're going to make you run now. How about you come over to Morton? Who's our Morton spokesperson? The division directors are doing it tough today. Look at them. Oh, wait, just before you go, we're just going to do the thumbs up or thumbs down. What do we think of Brisbane's? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Oh, that's pretty good. Thumbs up all around. We even got some thumbs up online for you.
All right.
Take it away, Suresh.
When we started with the process, just like the other divisions have done, we come up with ideas. The question was, how will the district, what should the district do to change or improve club membership? So we tried to nail it down to a few good ones. One of the things that we talked about was hosting events where the district sponsors, helps us host events. Social media presence is very poor. The district needs to get marketing in a bigger way. We feel that there is a big gap there. Crowdfunding, visiting clubs with a hit score, make a hit score, which can visit other clubs, may appear one of our members that doesn't feel that's a good idea because they may not geographically know what's happening in that club area. But we believe that there should be a group of experts who can actually add value to those clubs. One of my thoughts has always been, and I'm very passionate about, is when you get new members, make sure they're put together with a mentor. I think that's a big gap in most of the clubs that I go to. There is no mentorship, and therefore the new member is lost, and that is taken past. Toastmaster magazines for doctors' rooms. I think this was a process which was followed and has been discontinued.
There's no magazine anymore, that's why.
Yeah, that's why. We should probably bring it back. A guest speaker at other organizations is another way of trying to promote Toastmasters. Now I think we should also look at the presidents and the VPPRs getting business cards sponsored by the district, so that when they meet people, they have a business card to hand over.
Do we have any questions of the Morton Division ideas? Is there anything there you might steal? Oh, we do have some questions, Denise and Lisa. Con, do you want to grab Denise's question first?
All your fabulous ideas, Morton, you've probably got about 6 or 7 submissions that you can put into your membership grant. Because when you say district can do this, this, and this, we certainly can. We can give you up to $300 per great idea. So formulate it, work out how to do it, and put it to our Club Growth Director, Nikki, which we'll be able to do as soon as the budget is passed this afternoon. Tomorrow, thank God.
Thank you very much. Those ideas came up just now together. Thank you. Is anyone? Yeah, Lisa has got something.
It wasn't so much a question, Suresh, it was more of a clarification and something that we kind of talked about in a way, but didn't put on our thing. And that was actually find out how to hire Nikki's visiting bus that she keeps talking about. That's what it's called.
Thank you.
I'm just going to take that.
Oh, yeah, sure.
There as well.
Thank you.
We'll talk about that a little more another time, Lisa. How about we go to Weston now? Should we give him a thumbs up or a thumbs down? What do we think? Thumbs up for good? thumbs down. Oh, we've got some indifference in some spaces. Mostly thumbs up though. Well done, Morton. John, over to you.
Well, thank you, Nikki. I was looking at my watch and looking at the program, and I realised that I wasn't going to have to talk.
No, you would. We got leave of absence to have some extra time while lunch is coming out.
We spoke primarily about some activities that we would like to carry out as areas and division. And the sort of venues that we were looking at were activities at, back to my notes, market stalls, country shows, and possibly pub nights, even a trivia night. So the idea was to have activities that the area and or the division were sponsoring, and a number of clubs would be joining in. And obviously the aim of these activities is to attract new members. So we're going out into the community to bring in people who might be interested in Toastmasters. And each of these activities, say it's a stall at a market, it would be promoting, we would have the standard things like information brochures. And one of the things that we require for these activities are the hardware. Things like gazebos with Toastmasters branding on it, pull-up banners, those sort of things. They all cost money, and we'll be asking District for their marketing grant, but $300 isn't going to cut it. So we need to find money from somewhere else. So we also spoke about fundraising, and this is a touchy subject within Toastmasters because they have rules on what you're allowed to do for fundraising and what you're not allowed to do. My answer to the area directors was, as long as you are raising money so that you are promoting the Toastmasters purpose of educational objectives or building clubs, you are working for a Toastmasters objective, and so that fundraising is okay. They say that Toastmasters is not a fundraising organisation. That means we're not like Lions or Rotary. We don't raise money to give away to charity. We're only doing it for our own purpose. So from my interpretation of the rules, that's okay. But another issue.
John, can you keep it to your membership building ideas? We're going to have lunch shortly, and everyone's going to eat you instead.
Okay, I realised that we were already over time, so I think we'll just leave it at that. We want to do promotional activities, bring in new members by having interesting activities at these venues, where some of the ideas we spoke about was having like the boxing teams, where you get a member of the public up to give a table topic address or something like that. To maybe have a microphone there, get people in and actually get them involved in the activity. So thank you, Nikki.
Awesome. Thank you so much, John. We have 1 minute if anyone has a question for John. Pam has a question. It's the only question. I'm moving to you now.
Not a question, but a comment. We do actually have district gazebos. I think there were 4 that we brought in my year. I'm not sure if Con's got them or where they are, but they're awesome.
Thank you. Thank you, Pam. Over here to this table, we've got a combo Northern Eastern table. Josh, can you run through your ideas?
Absolutely, very quickly. We know that from our experience in some clubs, if a club is struggling with numbers, their existing members are probably pretty burned out too, and may not have the energy to just jump out there and run a speechcraft and organise open houses and all of these things. But there are other members in successful clubs with lots of membership at the moment that are looking for those opportunities. So as area directors, as division directors, we have an opportunity to put those people in touch with each other. So people who want to run a speechcraft, but their club is already overloaded, they can go and help a struggling club to run speechcraft for them and help each other. And another thing from just an area or division point of view, taking on those banners a step further, maybe getting some of those pull-up banners that the clubs can take out with them, as well as looking at some shared advertising opportunities like a stall in the shopping centre or some shared fundraising activities like the sausages or anything else. where you can get multiple clubs together to pitch in on that advertising opportunity for all of the local clubs.
Awesome. Thank you, Josh. Any questions for Josh? All right, very good. Give him a thumbs up or thumbs down. What do you reckon? Thumbs up. And we didn't thumbs up or thumbs down, John. What do you reckon? Oh, you know, less enthusiasm, John, but overall, I think it was very good. All right, over to Pacifica now. Take it away, Greg.
So quickly, we have 3 ideas, and now for Pacifica, we're targeting primarily corporates. So the first one is around lunch and learn. So this is around inviting mainly managers in corporates, so in HR, senior management to be part of that. And obviously, who would want to miss a free lunch? Obviously, $300 won't cut out for a lunch to learn, but these are corporates. They will help sponsor it. The second is it's a much bigger one, and that's to do with a corporate sort of a dinner. And again, this has been done before, as Christine has highlighted in our division, where you have a function where corporates basically pay for tables, etc. And then we probably have our divisional heads, and as well as someone from international could be present as well. And we'll have youth, speakers, etc. to demonstrate and use that as a point of publicity for more members into Toastmasters. And finally, is similarly, many of you have already mentioned, is around open house. And this is for attracting new members into and potential members and potential clubs as well to participate either in person or hybrid into the open house and show them what Toastmasters is about. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you, Greg. Give him a thumbs up, thumbs down. No, they're all thumbs up this time. Well done. So I just want to summarize. We have some themes that come across all of the spaces. Mac, are you pointing at the screen? Yeah, they got to participate in the tables. So they're not a separate table this time. They joined Brisbane and Pacifica, so all good. There are a couple of themes that's come out across the board, and I wanted to just explain something. The marketing grants, those $300, they're only for clubs. We have a separate pool of money, which is substantially larger than that pool, for us to spend on district activities. So what I want you to keep in mind is you as an area director and you as a division director, you are the district. If you have a district marketing activity that you would like to undertake, I'm the one you talk to, and Mark's the guy who pays the bills. So rest assured, we do have plans and we have ideas in place to implement some marketing this year. But if you have something you want to do, we need to know about it so we can allocate the funds, we can evaluate it against the pool of cash we have, and that we can distribute that money out across the district. So if you have a question about that, please come and talk to me about that later. But those $300 Snavely bits, that's for our clubs only. Tomorrow afternoon, our PRM is going to be presenting on a really cool idea called a showcase sprint. I want him to explain it in full, but a couple of people talked about having open houses or demo meetings. He has a process for our clubs to be able to follow to convert the members that come in through those events. And so I encourage you all to listen in and to sign up your clubs if you think that that's a great viable idea for the clubs themselves. But that is a theme I heard at just about all tables, is having some open house events or some kind of demonstration style events. So that's something I'd like you to pay attention to. And remember, there are no problems in Toastmasters that can't be solved by more members. We are now out of time and quite hungry, so I'm going to hand back to Deb.
Put your hands together for Nikki Jude. What a fantastic session. Thank you, Nikki, and I hand back to Deb. Thank you.
Thank you, Con, and thank you, Nikki, and thank you, everybody, for contributing your ideas. As Nikki said, we can solve problems with many of us, but there were some wonderful incentives and ideas shared that you can take back to your clubs. We will break for lunch now. We'll have about 30 minutes and come back together at about whatever 30 minutes is. I don't know what the time is. 12:30 we'll be back, okay? Lunch is at the back. Special diets are there as well. And our people online will be back at 12:30. I'm going to turn it off.
Yep.
Hold it down until it goes, it'll stay on.
Whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh, it's too technical.
No.
Ah.
5-minute warning, folks. 5-minute warning. One-minute warning, folks. 1 minute, please, to start taking your seats.
So we haven't seen the next yet.
Yeah, no, she said she'd come later. So I'll just mention that she's not presenting. Now, having said that,
Can everybody take their seats, please? Candace, have we got our online participants? Can you see our online participants? Yeah. They're all ready to go? We just got to get the folks in the room sorted. Oh, it looks like we're all right to go. Okay, thank you for coming back so quickly. I hope you enjoyed your lunch again today. That was wonderful. This afternoon, we're going to start off with hearing about how district can support you as a district leader. We always have I just saw in the corner of my eye, Lou going, no, and I thought, oh, if I said something wrong, but no, I don't think he was referring to me. So we're talking about district leaders and how you can be supported by the district if anything should arise that you need further help with. And from time to time that happens, and it's good to have somebody to reach out to and get that assistance. So let's welcome this year's Program Quality Director, Lou Cervetto, District DTM, to tell us all about what he has up his sleeve to help us when we need it most.
Thank you very much, Deb. It's slightly different. The presentation will not be exactly what Deb has said. It is what support you can get, but it's basically to try and identify all of the sources of support that are available to you and what resources are available to you as district officers. So it's not just what district can do for you, but what some of it is what you can do for yourself by going and looking. We learn better by going and finding things ourselves than being told. But a public service announcement first. This evening, we have the Hall of Fame for District 69, which acknowledges everybody who presented or who did well last year. It starts at 6:30. We have registrations, but we could always do with a few more. So if anybody hasn't registered, please see our treasurer over here. He's keen to take some more names. So please, will you a good night? Please come along and enjoy yourselves. Okay, this presentation was supposed to be done by myself and Annette. Annette's got family issues. She said she would be along later on today. Hopefully she is. Hopefully the family issues don't cause her any more problems, and hopefully she can be with us, but you've stuck with me. Okay, what's happened? Josh, what did you do to me? It was working. Yeah, I did. It was working before. Okay. So this is the first section. Division, district support for divisions and areas. So the first port of call is your top table. And your top table consists of the DD, myself as PQD, our club growth director, Nikki, our district admin manager, Jenny, our district public relations manager, who is not here today, but Thomas will be here tomorrow, and our district finance manager, Mark. So that is your top table, and they're the ones who will look after you if you have a desperate problem. A desperate problem. a desperate problem. If it's not desperate, try and find your solution yourself. But that's what life is about. You've got to learn. Look up things. As Robert says, look up the governing documents. Look up the procedures manual. Look online. There are countless resources that you can look at to find answers. Then if you can't find the answer, come and see us. And we will then tell you where to go and look. So that applies to area directors and division directors. Yep. We have two mentors for the area, one for the areas directors and one for the division directors. Both of those gentlemen, well, one of those gentlemen is presenting this afternoon. This afternoon, yep. Jim's not here, but isn't Jim was supposed to be coming, was he not? So he might be here this afternoon, later on this afternoon. And Brock won't be coming, but we have somebody else doing that. Cam, are you running that one? Thank you. But these are the mentors for area and division. Brock is a very competent person. He has had a couple of health issues recently, but he is very competent at being a division director, did an excellent job last year. And he is very helpful if you have a problem as a division director. So division directors, please contact Brock. Area directors, Jim has also been an area director on a number of occasions, and he is an area director again this year. He knows all there is to know about being an area director. Please contact him. He's not responding? He's not an area director. Has been. Well, he was last year anyway, certainly. Okay. Yep. Annette, who was going to present for us today, is the district conflict manager. If you have a potential conflict and you want assistance in how to resolve that conflict, please talk to Annette. She is, as I said, she was actually supposed to be helping present this session. She might well come along and talk a little bit later on about conflict resolution, but she is our conflict manager. And please, if you have problems, try and solve them again yourself. But if you have difficulties, Annette is the one you need to help you with that. She can actually act as an independent arbiter for you if you need one. If you're an area director, one of your resources is your division directors. So, division directors, did you realize that? You're a resource. Make sure that you are helpful. You have division councils and district and area councils. Please assist your area directors when they need help. Another resource is your division or your area council. Don't forget that your members, quite a number of them, will have been in either your role or your division role, or maybe even a higher role previously. They're not all newbies. Quite often they are people who have experience in Toastmasters beyond what they're currently doing. Make sure that you have regular council meetings or just get-togethers of your council. Doesn't have to be a formal meeting. Get together and chat to them. find out what their thoughts are. And it might not necessarily be a Toastmaster solution that you're looking for. You might be looking for a different solution. Your council members might have that solution. So remember, talk to your councils. They are there to help you. Again, you do not have to do everything yourself. Get people to help you. That's one of the biggest issues we have with Toastmasters, or I had with management or leadership, learning to delegate. I'm getting pretty good at it. I gave this job to Deb, and Deb's run with it. As I said earlier, she does the work, I take the glory. But there are other people there who can help you. They are a resource. Don't look at them as people. Don't look at them as best friends. You are a resource. Even if you dislike the person, they are a resource. Use them. Sorry, Nikki, I keep walking away from the microphone. Yes, that's better. Sorry about that. So, officer resources. How many of you read the handbook? District Leader Handbook. Yeah, there's a few hands there that are, have I or haven't I? I've read part of it. Yes. It is a wonderful document. It tells you what you can and can't do. And besides that, if you look at page 32, and I'll need my glasses to look, page 32, District Director, or Division Director Resources. Did you realize that there was a page that said there were resources for you? How to build a Toastmasters club, Club Leadership Handbook, Toastmasters International District Recognition Program, Distinguished Club Program, Club Success Plan, which has only just come back onto the web page, Speech Contest Rulebook, Training Club Leaders, Governing Documents, and Division Success Plan. So there is a Division Success Plan as well. So that's just on page 32. Then on page 34, there's one for area directors as well. And a lot of these are similar, but they're serving clubs through visits, a guide to area directors. So how many of your area directors have been through that guide? A couple have, okay. How to build a Toastmasters club. Club Leadership Handbook again. So the club leadership, not the district one, the club leadership one. Toastmasters International Program, Recognition Program, District Distinguished Club, Club Success, Speech Contest Rulebook, Training Club Leaders, and Area Success Plan. So there's an Area Success Plan as well. So how many of you have completed your Area Success Plan or your Division Success Plan? 2 hands. Started. Okay. We're, quarter of the way through the year, folks. It's, a bit hard to measure your success if you don't know where you're going. That's the Club Leadership Handbook. Come on. The Toastmasters International dashboard. So we know what's on the dashboard. We know how to get in and look at what our clubs are doing, how our clubs are performing, how our areas are performing. And do we know all of the reports that you can find in there? There are a heap of reports. There's the daily reports. There's the membership reports. Yes.
Didn't see the club side of it. I was leader last year, but I'm not this year. I miss.
If you are not a club leader, you cannot get into Club Central. I found that out last year. I was club growth director and could not get into Club Central because I was not a club officer. Only through world headquarters. Yeah, you can. Yes, you can access performance, but you can't see what's happening individually within clubs and things like that. So you can't do that. This is one that Christine told me about. PM Tools for Toastmasters prepared by George Marshall. So for those who didn't hear that, George has been unwell and has not put in data for this coming year or this year. So it's just a little bit out of date. So, but there are a lot of other reports that are on that page. I've been in there. It's something you need to sit down and actually go through and keep working on to work out how some of the reports are produced. But it is certainly a helpful thing if you want to go in and learn some more about what's happening in the district or in your division or area. George was one of the candidates for international director this last year. It was unsuccessful, but so.
Where is that on the PR website?
No, that's actually a link. I can send that out to people. You can actually type in tools for Toastmasters on the web, on anything, type it in, and it will come up. And just make sure you get the George Marshall one. There are a couple of other things there on the website. Make sure you took the one that's got George's name on it. Thank you very much, Nikki. For those who didn't hear, Nikki has put it into the Slack channel. So if you have joined Slack as a district officer or a district leader, it will be in Slack. District Central. How many of you have been into District Central? Clicked on District Central? Not onto the reports, but there's a whole heap of things in District Central that you can look at. You can go to the governing documents, which Robert's talking about. There are tools for district officers in there. There's a whole heap of resources in there, and I'm not going to go through every one of them, but there are a whole heap of resources in there for you to look at. And I encourage you to go in and look at them. Every time you go in there, there's something different. They're always updating things or improving things. So go in and have a look at those things. They are, I get confused every time I go in there because I'm not a tech person and I go in and this has changed. Where was I last time? But they are there. You just need to search for them. And that's what I was saying earlier. You need to look yourself because that's the way you learn, by going and looking yourself. Don't come to me or to Denise or Nikki unless you're desperate. I shouldn't say it like that, but what I'm just trying to do is encourage you to make sure that you do try and research yourself, because that's the best way to learn how to do things. Then for the area directors, the final one is moments of truth. Now that is a club document. Clubs need to go through moments of truth. They should be. I encourage you clubs to do that. But the area directors, when you're doing your club visits, you ask the clubs whether they've run moments of truth. But also use the ideas of moments of truth when you're looking at your reports, because a lot of the things in the moments of truth are what you should be looking at when you put your reports together. Now, it was mentioned earlier about the difficulty somebody had of getting from the car park to where the venue was. No signage, no lighting, whatever else. That's one of the things you look at as first impressions under most moments of truth. How accessible was the venue? And if the venue is not accessible, you write that in your report. So again, don't forget to use these sorts of resources to assist you when you're looking at preparing your reports. They are very helpful. And you can, as Robert said, I think it was Robert said, that was the reason why we then got those corflute signs. Toastmasters meets here. Because somebody couldn't get from the car park to where the venue was, or had difficulty. And that's basically the end of this presentation. As I said, I think that you as Toastmasters, as people, need to invest in yourselves. Go and look at things. That's investing in yourself. Going and learning things. That's investing in yourself. Yes, we have other resources, other support mechanisms, but you are the biggest resource you have. Invest in yourself. Go and make sure that you learn how to do things. Learn where things are on the website. Are there any questions? Oh, here's trouble.
Yes. Thank you, Lou. That was really well prepared, and I could see everyone jotting down the points that relate to them. I'd just to add a few extra things there, Lou. Number one, if you have any questions on educational awards, don't put it on the Facebook and say, I haven't got a badge or whatever, because that doesn't reflect a professional image at all. We have Lisa, who is the district awards coordinator, and we have Marietta, who is the anniversary longevity awards as well. It's better to send it straight to them instead of everyone making a comment. I think sometimes it's the appropriateness of where you want to put your requests. There is a chain of command that we'd like you to think about. President to area director to division director to the top table. That is just normal in any organisation. You don't want to use Nikki's time to ask a simple question that the area director could answer. And we do have the squeaky wheels that like to jump that and ring up the program quality director, for example. So we really need to focus on that. Then finally, just to assure you, your job is not to be a conflict resolution expert. Conflict in clubs, stay in clubs. Conflict in clubs are solved by clubs. Very often you'll find people will start to want the area director or the division director to solve it, or even come up through the trio. And it's not our job. We can advise, and that's why we have a district conflict manager who can help you at that process, but we're not here to solve it. Do not get involved because it's not your job. TI will be the next logical step to take if you can't solve it at club level. And we have gone as far as TI, and it's not a pleasurable experience. It's a distraction that we don't need. So that's why we specially put on a person who can sit and listen and assist at club level. So that's our suggestion. At the bottom of your AD report, you've got a section there on concerns. We read it and we will react and respond. But as I say, you are not a conflict resolution expert. Thanks.
Any other comments, questions?
I'm surprised. One thing too that hasn't been there, if anybody needs any assistance with new clubs, there is a club extension chair, and she's happy to help you with any questions that you may have.
And she is speaking to you right now, or she was speaking to you.
Nikki. Oh no, I was just saying, my hand was up because Christine's the extension chair.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been given the wind-up signal, which is amazing because I didn't think I'd take that long. I will now hand back to our MC or organizer, our training manager, Deb Barnett.
Thank you, Lou. Gee, there's a lot of resources, aren't there? So much written and so many humans that can help us out. I used to find as a club officer that in our clubs, those officer roles are the best supported in our communities. When my kids were little and playing sport, I'd go and be secretary at their club, and you didn't get nowhere near the amount of support we get as Toastmasters on how to be a secretary. And it's just like that with district officers. You guys have lots of support. You have all those written documents at your disposal. You also have some humans in the background that are ready, willing and able to talk Toastmasters at almost any time of the day or night. We'll move on now to our next session, and we're going to welcome back Robert Green, our past district director, and also our current District 69 parliamentarian. Now, I don't know about you, but as area director, I find council meetings do my head in. Are we supposed to pass that? Do we have to vote on that? Do we need an amendment? But Robert is going to answer all those questions and more in his session, and he's coming up next. So let's welcome Robert.
Take this one. Thank you very much, Deb. Thank you, everyone. Now, we've just had lunch. So I'm suspecting, looking around the room, there are some people that are thinking that now district council, division council, area council, this would be nap time. No. You're going to get up and get active. But first, I'm going to make Nikki run around the room. Nikki is going to give each and every one of you a gift other than the top table. Top table miss out because they're going to get all of the leftover gifts. Oh. What you're going to get is a piece of paper with scrawled handwriting, which you may or may not be able to read, that talks about a part of the council meeting process. What you're all going to do is stand up and form a line across the back of the room, organizing yourself in chronological order, because we're Toastmasters, we love a structure. It's not a Toastmasters presentation if there isn't a structure. So the structure is going to be chronological. What comes first, what comes second, as we go through each and every part of a business session. What I'm going to be curious about is how many gifts we've got left over for the top table to fill in all the gaps that we haven't been able to hand out. There's going to be lots of gaps by the look of it. So that's all right. Denise is used to doing multiple jobs at the same time. So while they're being handed out, what I will do is tell you that the role of a council meeting is to provide education, information, and support. It is a resource to use Lou's phrase, for you to more effectively run your area or division. How are we going, Nikki? Is that the last table?
Yep.
How many do we have left? A very last half. That's all right.
Give one to Christine.
Let's form a line at the back. Christine gets 1, 2, and organize yourself into chronological order. Yes, you'll need to speak to work out where you fall in terms of your order.
Nothing to do with the bike.
That the meeting is starting at the bar and finishing at the other bar.
I can't take all of these.
Give me a couple.
I'll take these two. Hey, what are you?
Now, for the poor people that are online, we're going to try
Notice of meeting and call and distribution of agenda and minutes.
Come up to the front.
No, that's
to tell
this is
you which one
before the meeting. These are before the meeting.
That's before the meeting, that's after.
Are people confident that they know where they're going?
That's
No?
before, and that should be.
Did you want to
Yeah.
cheat and show
Yeah.
me where you are?
Yep. Well, you need
Or what you are?
Debate amendment.
Yeah, so-
Never taken part in the debate amendment. Those should be.
Well, that would be after second.
You can go there then.
Well, and not debate.
The minutes, establish meeting process was my first one, and then
Oh.
you're before me.
Hang on.
So this is Denise.
Oh, yep. Yep. Pam's got
Do that one.
calls the order or something like that.
Oh, actually, no.
You've got to go before me. Steve, come here.
But they would be, they'd be immediately adjacent to each other. We're the last two.
I changed one of them, so but distribution of minutes, and that's still notice of meeting and call for motions, and distribution. Of minutes.
Okay, now I'm going to ask our first victim to come up to the front of the room and find out if he actually is at the start of the meeting. Would you please welcome Lou?
Ladies and gentlemen, the first. Quiet, please.
Would you all welcome Lou?
The first order of business for a business meeting is the notice of meeting and call for motions.
Absolutely correct. The first thing that you're doing when you're chairing your meeting is telling people that you're going to have a meeting and ask them if there's anything that they want to talk about. How far in front of your meeting do you think you would want to do this?
4.
Probably closer to 4. You actually want to give them time to get back to you with the motions that they want to talk about before you move on to the next step. The next step being?
I'm assuming that this is minutes of the last meeting, so you distribute the minutes of the last meeting, not the current meeting or the meeting we're about to propose. Distribute the minutes of the last meeting.
Yep, distribute the the minutes of the last meeting. Mark, what else are we doing before the meeting starts? Notice my optimism that his answer is something that should be happening before the meeting starts. We can bring them up here so that the people online can see us.
Thanks, Robert. I would place this at before the meeting starts because it's a distribution of the agendas and the motions to be discussed at that meeting.
You're absolutely right, Mark. Didn't Mark do well, everyone? Before the meeting starts, you send out to everyone what the agenda is and what is actually going to be discussed. Because people can then take the agenda items back to their club, find out what the club wants, what the club's ideas are and actually have an informed conversation. The next part of the meeting is, well,
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your call to order.
order is a very good thing. Order in the court, order in the council meeting, and let's face it, Toastmasters, they will just chatter given the chance. So you need to bring them back into a degree of control. Pam, you did fabulously. Well done, Pam. What are we doing next? I'm curious.
Welcome of dignitaries.
Absolutely. I don't want to be the one to break this news to you, but there are a certain number of people that if you forget them, they will never let you forget it. Hall of Fame 2 years ago, not mentioning anyone by name. Thank you so much. Welcome our dignitary. Jenny.
Establish a meeting process, times for speakers and for voting.
Absolutely. We do need to bring some sort of order to the fray. What sort of thing would we be asking for you to do at this point? Assign a time limit. Assign some degree of control about who is going to be speaking and for how long they're going to be speaking. Hopefully, I know what our next one is going to be. Let's have a look with Jessica.
So this year is afford non-voting members speaking rights.
Absolutely right, and exactly what I was looking for, Jessica. Thank you so much. Technically, if you don't carry a vote at a formal meeting, you don't get a say. Within Toastmasters, we very much believe in people having an opportunity to participate and express their views. Some might express their views a little bit more than we would like, but we encourage them to express their views nonetheless. Technically, they need to be afforded that opportunity by the meeting. So what we ask that you do as leaders of the meeting is extend speaking rights to all Toastmasters present. What are we doing next? I'm curious, Shubi.
Do we have a quorum? Establish quorum.
Excellent. And this is the point at which you would ask your parliamentarian, because it's always a good idea to have one. I've said before that it's a handy thing to have. Pam's an excellent choice to help you with this. But yes, your area council meeting is made up of yourself, your assistant area directors, and your club presidents, VPEs and VPMs. And you need to establish if you've got a quorum. You did an excellent job, Shubi. Well done. Our next item of business.
Madam Administration Manager, do we have the apologies received?
Acceptance of the apologies should not be a random event where anyone that feels like standing up and saying, I'm sorry, I'm here, gets the opportunity to express their apologies. We have an extremely effective district admin manager. We have a set of really wonderful division admin managers. And if you don't have a really wonderful area admin manager, can I suggest you go out and find one? Because they're, again, a really useful thing to have. But those apologies should be submitted in writing ahead of the meeting to the admin manager. Thank you. What are we doing next, Sarah? Sarah's got two. Sure. What we're doing next is receiving the reports of the officers. We can't actually discuss the report of an officer until we've received it. So Sarah's is that we're receiving the reports of the officer and then discussing the reports of the officers. Who are the officers say at an area council meeting.
Oh.
The area director is an officer at an area council meeting, absolutely. The president of each club is an officer. Well done, thank you very much, Sarah. What are we doing next? Once we've received them and we've discussed them, we're going to either accept or adopt the report of the officers. Do you know what the difference between accepting and adopting a report is? No, a lot of people don't, and that's fine. Accepting is receiving a report that does not require any action to be taken as a result of it. Adopting is receiving a report that has a recommendation or an action item that people need to take as a result of it. So, for example, if the area director's report said that the conference would be held at Kedron Wave or RFL, it would need to be adopted as a report because it's got an action item in it. If it was a report saying our club has achieved 7 out of 10 distinguished club playing goals, there's no actual action item in that report, so we could simply accept it. Does it matter if you get the terminology incorrect or reversed? Not really. But just so you know, a little bit of trivia for today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. Suzanne, well done.
You want to receive the financial report?
Excellent. We are receiving the financial reports because Mark is important. And we are then discussing them. What are you doing in terms of financial reports at your area council meetings and division council meetings? Absolutely nothing, because you don't have your own bank account, you don't have your own finances. You're back. Welcome back, Suzanne. We're adopting financial reports because we didn't have enough children. We've decided that we're going to have some more. But that's absolutely what we're doing at this time. Well done, Suzanne. Denise, what are we doing next?
For presenting preamble to the motions on notice.
We've moved to the meat of the meeting of the items that was called for, received back, and sent out to everybody so that they had a chance to read and prepare. But as part of those motions, there should be a preamble. And this tells people what it is, gives the context or background to the motion. The motion should not be 2.5 pages long. It should be short and succinct summary of what you want the meeting to do. Did you notice a lot of S's in there? I hope you did. Short, succinct summary or statement of what it is you're doing.
Would all these people like to help us with the council meeting tomorrow? If they're all helping, there's no one to object.
Oh, we've got club presidents and VPEs. There are plenty of people to object. What are we doing after the preamble?
Seek mover of the motion on notice.
Absolutely. If we don't have a mover, then it's not moving forward. It's not moving anywhere at all. Every motion needs a mover. What would we be doing once we found a mover?
We are seeking a seconder for the motion on notice.
We're actually doing something before that. We're actually asking for the mover to speak to the motion because the seconder, we may not get a seconder until the mover has had an opportunity to explain why they're moving the motion. Was that what you had, Josh? No? It might have been one of the prezzies that we didn't get a chance to give out. But yes, we would actually be asking the mover to speak to the motion. But Anne is quite correct that the next step after that is to look for a seconder to the motion. Because what happens if a meeting doesn't have a seconder? A motion doesn't have a seconder?
It lapses.
It lapses, which is just a lazy word for collapses, because it falls in a heap and it never gets seen again.
Inviting the seconder to speak to the motion?
Absolutely. The mover is actually required to speak to the motion at that point in time. They don't get a choice about when they speak. The seconder may speak to the motion at that point, but they're not required to. They can do something called I reserve my right to speak, which means I want to listen to what the rest of you have to say, and I'll chip in with my words of wisdom later on in the debate. But absolutely, Joshua, thank you so much. What are we doing next?
We're calling for speakers for and against the motion.
We are. We're looking to see if anyone actually wants to talk about the motion, or if we can just put it out of its misery straight away. When we're calling for speakers for and against the motion, we're trying to be liberal. We're trying to be scaled. We're trying to have the same number of people on this side and the same number of people on this side. What might we be doing as part of the speakers for and against the motion? We are missing a couple. We're actually now at the point where somebody might be moving an amendment. Do we have an amendment somewhere?
Yes, allowed movement amendment for the motion on notice.
Moving an amendment to a motion on notice is actually speaking against the motion, but it will come up at this point. When we're asking for speakers for and against, we could have somebody that moves an amendment. That is to say that they like the motion, but some of the details are wrong. For example, the motion might be that Barbara looks lovely in red. Barbara might have moved an amendment to that motion that she looks more lovely in orange. What would we be doing after moving an amendment?
Seeking a seconder for the amendment.
Absolutely, because what happens if we don't have a seconder for the amendment?
It lapses.
It collapses.
Read the amendments for all vote on.
We possibly have a step before that, which is speaking. This one was actually between the moving of the amendment and Barbara. Sorry, I thought it hadn't been handed out. So once the mover of the amendment moves the amendment, we would ask them to speak to the amendment. What is it that they're wanting to propose? And that is Judith's. Well done. Yes, we're now
debate the amendment.
We're debating the amendment. So what we're doing again is seeking speakers for and against the amendment. Do we have speakers about the original motion while we're debating the amendment? No. If we're in an amendment debate, we are not looking for speakers to and from the original motion. What have we got?
Now got, if there has been speakers against the amendment, ask the mover of the amendment to respond.
Absolutely. So before we proceed to putting the amendment, the mover of the amendment has the right to respond if there have been speakers against the amendment. Thank you very much, Dan. Now, the next thing that we do before we put an amendment to the vote is
read the amendment to all voters.
Absolutely, because if you don't, people will get very confused about whether they're voting on the amendment or the original motion or an amended motion, or whether or not they should be having afternoon tea. It just becomes messy. So at this point, we ask the chair to tell people you are now voting on the amendment. The amendment is that the word red be changed to orange. What do we do then?
Place the amendment to the vote.
All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. All those against, please raise your hand. The amendment is lost. But for the purpose of this conversation, it's going to be passed because the following will refer to the amended motion, which will make no sense if the amendment is lost. What are we doing next? Yeah. Yep.
Declare outcome of amendment vote.
No, you're right. Sorry, I was just checking the people behind you and making sure that I hadn't forgot one, but you're right. After I've said all those in favour, all those against, I need to tell you as a meeting what the outcome of the amendment was. It was passed or it failed. We now, if it has succeeded, have what's called an amended motion. Okay, do we have, what we would then do is go back to the debate about the original or amended motion and keep asking for speakers for or against. The next step, there's a couple of steps before this one. Assuming we had a speaker against the original motion, we would have yes, that was the one I just explained.
Which is our speakers to speak for and against the amended motion.
So the motion has now been amended. So we're going back to debating about the original motion. Okay, when I actually wrote this was about this one is actually for just before you put it to the vote. The chair telling people what they're voting on. Sorry, I might know this question.
If there has been speakers against the motion, invite the mover to respond.
Exactly. The mover has the right to respond to any comments or any feedback that has been raised. The next point, hopefully you've got. Yep, that's further. Yep, no. So the next step is before we put it to the vote, we have what John's one, which was we read the motion if it's been amended to all voters. So before I put this motion to the floor, the motion that you are voting on is that Barbara looks beautiful in orange. Remember, the original motion was that Barbara looks beautiful in red. It's now that Barbara looks beautiful in orange. We would then put the motion to the vote. We don't have one of those. We would then put that motion to the vote.
Yeah, we have it here.
All those in favour? All those against? And then we
declare the outcome of motions on notice.
That's it. So we declare whether the motion, if amended, has been carried or has lapsed.
Okay, we've decided that Barbara looks beautiful in orange and the meeting's about to close, so we've got a few announcements. And that is that the district directors have invited us downstairs for drinks and nibbles.
Isn't she generous? And yes, that's exactly where this would be happening. The announcements of these are not engaging in debate or discussion. These are announcements. So it might be that nominations for XYZ are open. We are still looking for a division director for X division. We're still looking for clubs to come along to club officer training. These are all things that we're not actually interested in debating or discussing. We don't need you to make a decision about. They are announcements. This is the appropriate time to make an announcement. The other thing that we do at this point is we give you the meeting details of the next meeting because we want a plan for the future. Can I encourage you not to declare that the details of the next meeting will be as advised when I get around to sorting it out? That's not a plan. That's in fact a complete absence of a plan. What would we do after that?
This is the best bit. This is where we close the meeting.
You survived your council meeting. What would be the next thing that we would do after we close the meeting? Absolutely. Write up the minutes and send them out to every voting member so that they know what happened at the meeting. That is the logical order that each step of the business meeting of your council should take. While you need to have you need to know who your voting members are. Hopefully, as area directors, you already know who your presidents, VPEs, and VPMs are. They are the 3 voting representatives from each of your clubs that will be representing your clubs on your area council meeting. What are appropriate items for your area council to be discussing? The conference is certainly a small part of what your area council should be looking at. Membership building across the area. So how can the existing clubs support each other to build their membership? Yep, pathways, DCP, educational, succession planning was another one that I heard. What's one of the other things that we would like an area council to be focused on? Yeah, visiting other meetings, visiting each other, encouraging networking and camaraderie, absolutely. Club success plan, Lou?
Letting people know what's happening at in division level.
Yep, cascading messages from division and district. I'll give you a hint. The answer that I'm looking for is half of the district mission. Thank you, Denise. I'm so glad somebody knows that we build new clubs. Christine? President's reports, yes, so that each club actually gets to know the other clubs. What sort of things would you ask the presidents to include in the president's report? Yep, what membership building strategies the club has been implementing and have they been working? What lessons that they've learned that they'd want to share? What are some of the other things that you might want to share in a president's report? Pathways participation, what successes they've had. Yeah, identified needs. Anniversaries, celebrations. These are all things that you might want to include. Some of the things that you might want to encourage your presidents to do in their reports to the area council is not simply repeat the DCP. Tell the other clubs things that they can't find out for themselves. For example, what is your club's target market, its audience, its niche? What is the need that it's trying to fill? And some of our clubs won't know the answer to that question. But successful marketing is about market segmentation and understanding what it is you're trying to attract. Why would I suggest you do that? Particularly for some of our areas, and I'm thinking of 31 here, you're not likely to have a huge overlap between members because, let's face it, there's several hours between each club. But in other divisions, or like the southern part of Central, Brisbane, Moreton, Eastern, you might have somebody that comes along and visits Club A and says, I think Toastmasters is great. I think I could benefit a lot from this, but I don't think this particular club is the right fit for me. What we would like that president to be able to do, if they get a visitor that's not the right fit, is to be able to say, well, we have Club B that's just over here. And this is the market, this is what their club is like, this is what they focus on. This is why I think that this club might be a better fit for you. Because at the end of the day, by clubs supporting other clubs, knowing the niche that they're aiming for, we can avoid that person being lost to Toastmasters altogether. What we're doing at that point is trying to cross-market. And in order to be able to cross-market, your presidents and vice presidents membership, both of whom are on your area council, should know enough about the other clubs in the area to be able to talk about what are the advantages, what are the benefits of going and seeing this other club. And that comes back to one of the ideas that we were talking about earlier. If you go out and visit the other clubs, you can also talk in a more informed way to somebody that's come along and said, I really, really like Toastmasters, but I've only been able to come along on Wednesday night this 1 week because my usual uni classes weren't on this week. I can't normally do Wednesday night. What would there be a club that would actually work for me? If your area council is working together, regardless of the fact that the person won't fit for your club, they might fit for another. So that's part of what you can get out of an area council meeting. One of the other things that an area council meeting allows you to do is involve your members in the decisions. There is an assumption that the collective wisdom is better than the wisdom of any one individual. Now, I've got to tell you, having chaired many, many meetings, there are times that I worry about the wisdom of the collective. But if we run with the assumption that it's not all about Robert, don't know why we would do that, but assuming for a moment that we do, let's run with the assumption that the wisdom of the collective does allow us to identify the traps that Robert would fall into if he was just wandering off on his own. Because a leader without any followers is just somebody out taking a walk. Anything else that you can think of, or any questions that you've got about your area or division council meetings? Denise, you have questions. I would suggest you ask your parliamentarian, but no, go ahead.
District Parliamentarian Green. There is some confusion on what makes up a division council. Could you please tell us what the confusion is and what we actually do in District 69?
Sure. Within District 69, the district operating procedures outline that the membership of a division council are the presidents and vice presidents education, the area directors, the division director, the division program quality director, and the division club growth director. This is not the same as the Toastmasters International governing documents. There has been a specific provision made for District 69 to allow all of those people to participate on the division council. So within District 69, the membership includes the presidents and vice presidents education of every club within the division. That's correct, isn't it, Pam? Yep. I just had to think about whether the BPMs were included on division level, but I don't think they are. Any other questions?
A quick comment, Robert.
Yep.
You mentioned earlier about the collective.
The wisdom of the collective being
yes.
better than the wisdom of Robert. Yes. Yes.
Just remember, while your council meetings are made up of those groups that have just been mentioned, anybody within the division or the area can attend those meetings. And it's good to get them to come along if they want to, because they're the ones who are going to be your future leaders.
Absolutely. And somebody actually had the card for assigned non-voting members speaking rights. Who had that card? Jess had that card. I remembered somebody had said it. Well done. Yes, so not only do we invite them to come along and listen, they can actually speak. The only thing they can't do is they can't vote. Can somebody with the microphone run to Christy? Yes. Technically, according to Renton's, if you're not a voting delegate, you don't have speaking rights. So we normally do it by leave of the meeting, just as part of the introduction.
So if I chose not to do that, I wouldn't have to do it.
No. Well, if you chose not to do it, you may have to deal with a procedural motion because if any other voting member wanted non-voting members to have speaking rights, they could move it as a procedural motion. Okay. But yes, no, you don't have to.
Thank you.
Robert, Denise asked me to ask you to talk about
proxies,
to talk about proxies and who's got proxies and who doesn't have proxies and all of those sorts of confusing things.
Awesome. There are two different worlds. So we'll go over here to the world of face-to-face. The world of face-to-face exists if everyone that is voting at your council meeting is in the room together. If that is the case, then the president, the vice president education, and if it's an area council, the vice president membership can allocate proxies in writing to any other financial member of the club to exercise the votes on their behalf. The area director, the division director, and the area and division officers cannot allocate proxies to anyone, anywhere, anywho, anyhow. Division votes cannot be proxied. Club votes, however, in a face-to-face world can be proxied. If you are having a hybrid meeting, if you are having an online meeting, we come over to this world, the cyber world, or the Joshua world. In the Joshua world, there are no proxies. There are no proxies at all. If, however, you have a club president and a club vice president education, both attending the meeting, they each carry one club vote. If you have a president attending and the VP isn't attending, or you have a VPE attending and the president isn't attending, the person that is attending gets to carry 2 club votes. They assume both club votes. This is not, however, a proxy. It's just about who has the right to exercise those club votes. You cannot assign those votes to anyone but the officially listed president and VPE. And what do you think happens in the hybrid world to district votes? Area director, division director, district officer votes. Can we allocate them to, anyone that wanders along? No. No one can do the job of district director the way Denise can. No one can be the district finance manager like Mark can. And certainly none of us can be the administrator that Dan Jenny is. So no, district votes cannot be proxy delegated, reallocated, or shuffled in any way whatsoever. Have I answered your question about proxies?
Can I just ask a supplementary to that?
Yeah.
We are talking about online meetings and we are talking about district. What happens then with international? Because international is online, hybrid, and there are proxies.
International has a whole different set of rules. Yeah, I'm not running an international business meeting.
Back to the previous one, and I'm sure you can clarify, what if I am president of 2 clubs?
Yep.
And neither of my VPEs are there?
You
How
can't.
many votes do I get?
You can't carry more than 2 club votes at any point in time. The only person that can carry more than 2 club votes is yourself as a district officer. You can carry a 3rd vote as a district officer, but you cannot carry any more than 2 club votes. So I know we have a number of people in the room that are presidents or VPs of multiple clubs. Unfortunately, you can't carry 5 votes because you'd be a majority all on your own.
In an area council meeting, you can actually carry 4 for the VPM as well.
I need to actually take that on notice. I'm not actually sure. Yeah, certainly I haven't checked for area, to be honest. I'll find out for you and let you know, Pam. Yes, Jenny.
Robert, if you define proxy, which is to authorize another person for voting, why do we not allow it when we're online as opposed to face-to-face?
I'm not even going to attempt to explain why Toastmasters International have made the rules that they've made. I don't have an answer other than the fact that the board told me so. I do not know the thought process that went behind that decision. Just that the board made that decision for district meetings that were online or hybrid. Maybe Denise knows. My job is simply to enforce the rules.
So when I joined Toastmasters in 2017-18, I was amazed at division directors and top table. They had all these sticks, which were proxies. Some of them had 50 that they had just gone along and collected all the votes. And I thought, oh, that's strange. And I thought to myself, is that really getting the collective will of our members, or is that just slack? Not the slack that we're talking about. And that was the essence of what happened at the World Conference in Nashville. It was debated that there were going to be no longer that ability for a small number of people to lobby to get votes from people who don't care, who don't have the knowledge, and the collective vote was not the will of the people. And it was a robust debate, and it was a fabulous example of democracy on show. We had the chair where Robert is, then we had on one side speakers for, and on the other side speakers against. And each time they went from yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. And in the end of the day, the proxies, no proxies at district level was passed. I think it was probably a good one, but there's always those little what ifs. What about? What about this situation? But they aren't usually, the anecdotes aren't for the betterment and the best interest of the district. So in this way, the people who are voting are knowledgeable, they're informed, they're listening for arguments for and against. And that's going to be always better than someone just not being, they call it freely enthusiastic votes by just collecting them. So that was the reason, but it wasn't unanimous. There was animated discussion on that. And if we want to, we can talk to our international director, who can go back to the board and put further cases, because it can always change back.
Thanks for that, Denise. Did we have any questions from online? No, online is good. Any other questions in the room?
One from me, Rob.
Yep.
I might have misheard you, but when we had the big lineup and we were talking about the movement of the finance report,
yep,
I think you said that the area and division don't have finance officers or don't have accounts, therefore there's no finance report. Is that correct?
Well, they don't have a vote at the area or division councils about approving an area or division budget. They might receive a financial report in terms of the outcome of the area conference from the host club or something like that, but that is actually part of that's part of the officers' reports. It's because the area council, the area doesn't have its own accounts. It doesn't have its own budget.
I understand the area doesn't have its own accounts, but my thoughts would be that the area and division should have a finance officer who should do a budget, because he will do a budget for the conference or the contest or whatever you like to call it. And for instance, if the division or area director wants to do an outside event, promoting membership and whatever else, you might include that in the budget as well.
I would direct you to your district finance manager, because I think you're coming perilously close to those being district finances and district funds.
That's true. But
at which point they should be done as part of the district budget, which is done through district council. And just a reminder, that's tomorrow. Absolutely, the area might want to vote on applying for a grant from district and how they might spend that. But when you, and potentially what the budget is when you put it together, but just be very careful that you're not going into the point of having your own area funds or division funds, because at that point, area and divisions are not separate organizations. They are part of district, and all area events are district events, all division events are district events, and Mark has to account for all district events and funds. Isn't Mark lucky?
But don't send him your budgets.
Any other questions? I'm going to return to one of the points that we made earlier about the importance of area council meetings. It was 29 years ago in April that I first joined Toastmasters, because Toastmasters is the type of organization it was. On my third meeting, I was elected Vice President of Education of my club. Come August, there was an area council meeting my first area council meeting, and I was invited along as a VPE because I was the voting member. This was a club in Western Division, and my area director at that time, distinguished Toastmaster Jenny Marshall, asked how I was going with planning my club speech contests. Robert's response was, of course, say what now? If there hadn't been an area council meeting, I wouldn't have even known that I was supposed to be running club speech contests because no one at my club had told me. The area director obviously wanted to know so that they knew that there would be contestants at area level. And then Jenny very quickly realized that this person that had been in Toastmasters for 6 meetings might need some help as a VPE. You are going to find those sorts of things by having area council meetings. So do make sure that you reach out to those club officers. You may not know that your club officers don't know. You may not know that your club officers need your help, and they may not know to put up their hand and say, I need help. I would not have known to put up my hand and say, I need help organising a speech contest. I need help finding judges. I've never been to another Toastmasters club. I need help because I've never seen the rule book, much less read it, much less been able to apply it. That's what an area council can do to serve your members. I hope this session has been of help. And with that, I'm going to hand back. I believe I might have even finished slightly early, which makes Deb happy, I would think. Thank you so much for your attention. Oh, I can't wander away with the microphone.
You can't. Thank you so much, Robert. Wasn't that wonderful? I particularly liked the way he was able to line us all up. And I got down the back first so that I wouldn't be wrong. And you know what happened? I was wrong. I thought everybody else could sort it out around me, but it didn't quite work out that way. But the concept was good, wasn't it? Excellent. But thank you very much to Robert Green for presenting that. They really are tricky things, I think, council meetings. The more you do them, the better you get, I expect. But with Robert, he is our Toastmaster who doesn't write the rules, he just reads them. So we'll be listening out for him tomorrow to be making sure that the council meeting runs to time and runs correctly. Yes, we are running a little bit early today, which is wonderful. So we will keep moving. We do need to be out of the room bang on time pretty much, or as soon as we can. We don't want to rush through anything, but we do want to make sure that we have covered what we need to cover today. But since we're running early and Robert has afforded me this time, extra time before afternoon tea, I thought I would give a plug to the weekend workshops that have started up this year. They are, of course, run on Saturdays or Sundays, once a month for an hour or two. We have had speakers come, and Barb Nielsen's done a session for us on club coaching, on effective club coaching. So we're trying to increase the number of club coaches across the district for those many clubs that do need it. We've also had Robert Green come and tell us about Chief Judge. He conducted a Chief Judge's workshop, which I believe was really useful, very good. And we've also had Pam Holly last weekend go through some of the tools on Free Toast Host that all Toastmasters clubs have access to Free Toast Host, but not everybody uses it. And she was able to show us how to build agendas on Free Toast Host. And of course, Free Toast Host being free. It's a no-brainer, really, isn't it? It's there, it's a resource, it's already there. And as long as you can get access, you can build yourself an agenda. So that was wonderful as well. The weekend workshops are going to take a little bit of a break now because we're going into contest season. It's the area contests coming up, and then a bit more COTS in November and things like that. So I'm trying to get another one for early December, squeeze one in before Christmas, and then probably start up again, maybe hopefully one in January or February, and then we'll stop again because it's division conference season. So it's a little bit of a stop-start process. I have been emailing details and a lovely brochure presented by Thomas Kraft out to club presidents to distribute to their members. I know that some of these brochures and information have been caught up with the president, but I thought I was quite clear, so please distribute to your members. Those brochures aren't coming through area directors. I'm hoping to go directly to the club president so that they can keep it in-house. It just makes it quicker to get through to hopefully the members and the people that would like this information. It's also been advertised on the District 69 events page, as well as the Facebook page as well. Not everybody refers to Facebook, so that's why it's going through those different avenues to hopefully reach as many as we can. Now, they're an hour or two each, and the idea also is to present, to support our presenters, to gives them an opportunity to perhaps, if they want to, knock off another Pathways project, but it is up to our members to come along and support the presenters. We could do take the easy way out and just record it and have it available, but it doesn't support the presenters. I think we need to be fair to them. So if you hear of the weekend workshops coming up or if you're not getting notification through your club president, then that's a great barometer for me to know who is getting that information through and who isn't. So there's an opportunity for you to support those weekend workshops. Are you standing?
Deb, you mentioned earlier about club office and training, and we do want the the division directors to start thinking. I know we've just finished one lot of club officer training, but we want you to start thinking about the next lot and start thinking up dates and finding dates if you have not already done so. So please let us know what your dates are so that we can put them into the calendar.
Back of the agenda.
Yeah, we try to keep that sort of information up to date on the events page on District 69. So just monitor that for February next year. To be confirmed, but we will get together and talk about that very soon. Okay, well, afternoon tea isn't quite out yet. Did you have anything else, Lou?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay, the floor's yours, Denise.
Denise has got something.
If there's anybody that is intending to stand up at the council meeting and make a statement that we don't know about, that hasn't been discussed by the DEC or the Town Hall Q of A, it's always much preferred to come beforehand so we know what's happening, because you will be told to stop. There's no questions. It's just discussions on the amendments. So if you're not sure or you'd like to ask more questions, we're all here to help you, because it's, as I say, it's not the venue to start asking questions and starting your investigation. It's the time to put forward the information according to either the amendment, etc. I feel it's going to be very straightforward, except for the format of the conference. The conferences at either area, division or district. And I really want you as district leaders to think, what is the best interest of our district? Not your club, not your area, and so on. So please think about it. And we certainly don't want to be making enemies, but we certainly don't want people just to stand up and grandstand and get their name in the minutes and time wasters. So we really need to know. So if you think there's something there that you really want to bring to your attention, this is going to enhance the debate, please come and see us, and we will know that we'll have that answer for you and not just wing it. So that's really important. We don't want a 5-hour meeting. Does anyone want a 5-hour meeting?
Yeah.
So I felt that Robert's session was excellent, so we know the procedure. But your trio has stretched out in collaboration more than that, I think, for a long, long time. And you've had lots of opportunities to ask questions. So this is another call out to really think about what is done at the meeting and in the best interests. So that's what all I just wanted to say, because we will have to be very, very strict.
We like a good fast meeting, Denise. That's wonderful. While we wait for afternoon tea, what I was thinking we might do, our first session after afternoon tea is the area director breakout and the division director breakout. If we went straight into that, Denise, would you be happy to conduct that? Cam, are you right to go? Okay. What we'll do is that we'll ask, yes, I'm going to give you extra time because we do have it up our sleeve and we do have a deadline on the day. So is it all right if we put area directors on one side, division directors on the other? When afternoon tea comes out, you can take a break, but at least you can start your discussions and you can have that extra time. And we'll just have an afternoon tea meeting, afternoon tea type breakout chat. How does that sound? Is that all right with everybody? Let's keep moving. Okay, where would you like your area directors, Cam? This side? Division directors in the vicinity of Denise. On the other side, our people online, they're both area directors, so they will be able to continue to tune in this side. And I'll get Cam to make sure that he can continue speaking with you ladies. Yeah, yep. Yes, Candice is still online as an area director and she's still online as the chat monitor as well, ladies. So we're all good. Okay, we shall just keep an eye on afternoon tea. When it comes out, help yourself at your leisure and keep your discussions happening.
Okay.
Hello.
Online people.
Oh, good. Yep.
Am I fine as well?
Okay. All the area directing? Yep, that's right. Well,
My question is, how are they going to be one? How are they going to be one?
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Excellent. Okay, so what I want to do, assuming we've got extra time, I have an exercise for the group. We're going to split into 3 groups. But first of all, I want to canvass the group to find out if there's any specific topics you want to discuss for 10 minutes. Where would you like me to be?
Well,
over there in front of the camera.
yeah. Or would you like to sit?
I'm not going to stand all the way over there in front of the camera. Is that a camera there? All right, cool. Hello, online people. Give me a wave if you can see me and hear me. Brilliant. Okay. So we had that on the table.
Have stand will move.
There we go. We had the technology.
Yeah, block on the view there.
All right. Let's try that again. Can you hear me and see me, online people? Yay. Brilliant. I love that Candice gave me thumbs up. She's literally sitting 2 feet to my right. All right. So let's have a round table first of all. Are there any issues, discussions, challenges you're experiencing as area directors that we can put to this collective brains trust? Going once. Right. Small clubs are getting exhausted. So exhausted is the outcome or symptom. What's the cause? Why are they getting exhausted?
No problem, the couple ticks with more members.
Right. So thinking about I like to ask why at least 5 times until we get the root cause, right? So why are they getting exhausted? There's too few members. Why are there too few members? What could be the cause of too few members? Give us some context. What sort of club is it? Where is it? Metro? Right. Is it metro, rural?
It's a city-based club and they've recently had to move from one side of the city to the other.
Is it corporate or community? Community. Okay, so it's a city community club that has how many members? 6 members. Six paid members or 6 active? 6 paid members. Are they 6 active members?
5 active.
5 active members, right. Have they been in this position before?
Yes.
Have they been in this position for a long time?
Yes. You know who I'm talking about.
I do. Does the community club? So yeah. So what are those factors? I'm curious. It doesn't really matter who the club is, right? What are the factors? Well, let's assume that they just lost their venue for some reason.
Was that a major factor in they lost the situation that they used with the
That's a really good question. That's a great question.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, before we solve this problem, are there any other questions or challenges we're experiencing? And I'll tell you why I say that, because I have 3 scenarios to discuss, and that's actually one of them. So we may as well carry that into the scenarios.
I have a club that was resistant to pathway, but when I did my visit, since doing my visit, I've had a couple of members who said, we really want to be involved in.
Okay, for the online people, Barb has a club that's resistant to pathways. I'm assuming that means that people aren't actually enrolling and or giving speeches from pathways. Are they giving speeches at all?
Oh yeah, they
Not based on pathways. Mm-hmm.
And the other, there's a couple of actually very experienced Toastmasters who were anti-pathway, so they sort of discouraged members.
All right, so to sum it up, the Barb's saying we've got some people who are perhaps lack IT literacy, or they've been at work all day working on computers, and the last thing they feel like is working with computers. Worse than that, there are some more senior members who are perhaps white-anting the whole pathways concept, the fact that it's online. So let's hear from this collective some solutions. Mm-hmm.
Very experienced Toastmasters, and they have written their own resources that they are using rather than pub.
Wow.
Yes. They have started to align it to pathways. So I suggest that most of the things they do could be aligned to pathways. But it's a bit of a challenge because one of the biggest instigators on there is highly respected within pathways.
Yeah, I know who this is. Yeah.
Probably for this club too. This club actually has someone who won the World Championship.
Yeah. Now you really know who it is. Right. Okay.
I've been approached by a couple of my friends who want, because I mentioned it in my club report, and once the concept out the way, I am going to go there, do some workshops and actively participate with the ones who want and learn.
Yeah, okay. So let's hear some solutions. So we understand the problem. We don't need to discuss the problem more. What are some solutions?
Just get a little bit further from that, sorry, a little bit further from that. Are those ones who are against it the boot camp managers?
Yeah.
Are they the president, the VP?
Just need to be conscious. We've got people online, so I need a moment to repeat. Yep, sorry, Mac, your comment is. So Mac's question is, are the people who are resistant to pathways in this club, are they boot camp managers? In other words, are they the president, VPE and secretary? Base camp, sorry, did I say boot camp? Base camp, I meant. Base camp managers. Right, so are they? No, okay. Chair recognises.
I bring a screen and I pick up my laptop and go through log time the pathways because I found that a lot of it is information. So if I'm planning on going in and just showing them, this is what pathways is because I don't believe that they have that so far.
Okay.
So
So
run a really quick workshop on logging in.
Yep,
This is
got
what
it.
pathways actually look like because questions are being
Got it.
how does the project is logged and that sort of thing.
Got it. Yep. Okay. So for the online people, the suggestion is that the area director is going to run an educational for pathways.
Just two questions.
Candice. Yep.
How do I get variety in my meetings when I've got really low numbers so that
Yep.
not a lot of people contributing to that thought?
Yep.
And then also, how do I manage commitments in coming to meetings when maybe you're a corporate club and you've got latent clashes?
Brilliant. Okay. Let's hold those two questions.
We have a speaking stick. If you do not hold the speaking stick, unless you are Cam, you do not speak.
Excellent. Thank you. Mine. Righto. So let's deal with these one at a time. Let's deal with this pathways questions first. Before we continue answering, how do we encourage clubs into pathways? Let me put this devil's advocate question to you. Is it your job as the area director to solve the club's problem for them or even with them? Or is it your job as area director to provide support somehow, to enlist support somehow? So I think it's wonderful that you are turning up and giving an educational as the area director. I commend it. I would do that myself. But who else could do that on the part of the area director who's identified a problem for that club? Could the area director enlist help outside or from somebody else, or somebody who has capacity, or somebody who has high expertise in pathways and a passion for pathways? Absolutely. So the thing I want to encourage you as area directors, it is not necessarily your job to solve the problem for the club or even with the club, but facilitate the solving of the problem. Right? That doesn't necessarily mean you carry the burden of responsibility.
Speaking stick.
Speaking stick. Thank you.
I will try people in speaking sticks too.
So I found that by asking questions to find out what is it exactly that you have the problem, like what is the matter. One of the objections was that it's going to cost me money for every new path. And so that was misinformation. They didn't understand for whatever reason, I don't know, that the first path is actually free. So if we answer those objections by asking questions and take away that mystique of pathways for them,
absolutely.
I think that can be a part of the solution.
Yeah. So the online hearing that as a solution.
Yeah, but it's $30, and you know, when you look at it, it's value for money. So we just have to sell the benefits.
Yeah. So I personally probably wouldn't say it's free. It's included in your membership. The reason you pay the $20 administration fee on joining is it covers the cost of pathways. And how do I know that? Because if you were being reinstated as a member and you were last a member before 2018, you're going to get charged an administration fee, which is essentially for pathways access, right? Is it really? Okay, all right, I stand corrected, but it's part of your membership, right? It's included in your membership and you pay for subsequent paths.
Say that $20 is only for
one path.
The $20 only has to be paid if you are a member prior to 2003. I've just had confirmation.
Of 3? Wow. Okay. Okay. So they've changed that because it was 2018 up until recently, but there's a few things changing, obviously. Okay. So what are some other ideas to encourage members into pathways? We've had area director doing an educational. What else we got? Barb, is it a suggestion or further commentary? Yep.
It's good. This was something I first heard Robert say, and I think it's a good argument I've already put to a couple of clubs. I think I mentioned it today too. We all need dividends as a result of our investments. So if you persuade people that their payments to Toastmasters is an investment in their own development, they're not getting full value for their investment if they don't participate.
Yeah. I personally, I'd take umbrage with the Toastmasters promise we all commit to and sign to on joining says we will speak only from the education program, and the education program is pathways. So this idea of developing our own materials, got a real problem with that.
I think reward and recognition when people are achieving levels is a really good way of encouraging pathways participation. That's maybe more of a nudge,
Yeah.
so maybe less direct. And also Suzanne online is talking about, oh yep, so they're better late than never. This is my path completion
Yay.
badges, 2 of them. Suzanne online is saying it's also a low cost self-development and leadership training opportunity, and to continue to advertise that.
Okay, Pam?
I'm actually coaching a club at the moment, and they have a number of anti-pathways, older members, and a lot of brand new members who have adopted pathways, and the new members are giving their speeches from pathways and actually inspiring the older members.
Yeah.
So it's actually starting to roll backwards, I guess.
I think it's really important to understand very clearly whether the problem is anti-pathways or anti-technology.
Pathways has got some amazing projects.
Yeah.
Being on my 7th pathway, I have to do Introduction to Mentoring one more time. I think I'm going to scream, but every pathway has something new and interesting in it, whether that's your time management, managing an online meeting, creating a vlog. There's lots of interesting things that didn't exist in the old program. And I've got DTM under the old program, so I know the old program very well. I started when we had Able Toastmasters, so I knew the program before the program that we had before Pathways. And I actually really think that the variety in Pathways is the strongest of all of them.
Yeah, I agree. I also had somebody say to me recently, we didn't have to pay for our manuals under the old system, and said, sorry, yes, we did. When you finish your competent communicator, you paid for your advanced manuals. I know, because I bought the whole set over the time, right? So yeah, 2 free, sure. But if you wanted to go further, as many of us did.
The thing about Pathways that I like is that you're getting the information from Toastmasters International, not from hearsay from past members.
Yeah.
So you're getting the right information, and you are not getting hearsay information. Oh, this is the way you do it. It's not that way anymore. You've got the International Toastmasters website that tells you exactly what it is now.
So we've had an education rule provided by an area director, but how else can we help a club struggling with Pathways adoption? There's a dozen of us here. There's got to be at least a couple of ideas.
Yeah, I was a club coach for 12 months, and with 2 of my clubs, I take my laptop along. I get there early so that if there's anyone who's wanting information about Pathways, I can walk them through it there. I also have a Zoom account, but I don't seem to have time to link with them on that. But if I devote an hour before the meeting that I'm there, if you want me to help, I'm here.
Any suggestions from people online about this Pathways adoption problem? Because it seems to be a common one.
While they're typing in, I'll speak up. Some clubs have had a laptop open during their mid-meeting break to help people register on their pathway the speech that they're giving for the day, and that can help them, guide them through the process. Takes 5 minutes.
One of the things that we have done in Brisbane City Council Toastmasters Club is we hold educational, like pathways, where we just walk new members, because we do have occasional new members from time to time, and we just walk them through pathways, and we give them a cheat sheet as like a membership manual. That's included when we welcome new members. We say, this is welcome to Introduction to Pathways, and that has harnessed a lot of interest, and people do log in and check out Pathways. So that's also something to do. Educationals.
I have a similar, one of my clubs, a similar problem, but different cause. a group of mostly younger people who are very, very willing to use the computer to get into pathways, if only they knew how. So looking at the problem, provide a monthly webinar for membership orientation, which focuses on pathways navigation, right? And that really gets them started. And throwing in tips and tricks for their icebreaker, adding to the icebreaker material and pathways. The other thing we're doing is a little bit of gentle competition in the club. So each member is being provided now with a hard copy form for the path they've selected from Katrina in Leading Edge, right? Yeah, Katrina Roberts. Hard copy form represents their path because there's something about the tactile nature of a form you can tick off and plan on. And as a VPE, work with them to plan out in pencil the frequency of their speeches, all their speeches through that form. You said every 6 weeks, great. Let's put in a date for each 6 weeks. And then I have a copy of that so I can check in and say, hey, you said you're going to deliver a speech a month from now. You're going to be ready. And putting up a chart at each meeting. This isn't my idea, this is the Toastmasters International idea. A chart on the computer we take to the meeting, showing everybody's progress. And it's a very gentle, introducing a bit of gentle competition. People go, gosh, Sebastian's ripping through his speeches. I haven't done one for 6 months. I better G myself up. And that pressure is actually helping people move on, motivating people. It's been an interesting exercise. Any other ideas? And
yeah, quite a few actually, all probably the same thing really, but encouraging people to do projects as pathways exercises. So for instance, we had an educational on evaluation, which we did as a panel discussion. And we actually had 2 different panel discussions, and both of the panel leaders got a level 5 project ticked off.
Nice.
So doing that, we're organizing a special Halloween event. Nice. Do it as an event, tick it off. Yeah, just encourage them to actually do it as a project. Active listening is one that half the people don't even know that it exists. It's just running a table topic session. Do a nice, interesting table topic session, run it as active listening, tick it off. So it's just getting people to do things. We've got some of the older ones who don't mind doing educationals. Do an educational on gestures and body language. Tick it off as your body language project.
And I'm finding that the important thing to do that, to really hammer the message home that this member is doing something that's creative and they've chosen, but it's aligned, is to talk about the alignment, to show the path, to talk about which path, which level, which project, how it aligns, the process they went through to choose the project. The more you keep hammering that message, I think the more you'll sort of inculcate people with this idea that they should be thinking from pathways.
My Toastmasters clubs made it into a game, so gamification. Mind you, it's a Dungeons and Dragons based Toastmasters club, so it's hardly surprising. But one of the criticisms of Pathways was that being Toastmaster or being evaluator doesn't count for things under the new educational program. If you can build a game to build that competition, you can incorporate those roles if that's what your members want to do, but make it fun. After all, people learn most in moments of enjoyment. That's not a new original thought from Robert.
Yes.
For me, I feel like when you get them to understand that they've paid for it and that they are entitled to it, it makes them see it in a different light, other than making it feel like it's a chore or a responsibility or some duty that, you know, they need to perform. But if you get them to understand that you're actually entitled to this, you've actually paid for it, this is your right, they tend to be more cooperative and open to doing it. And then again, getting them to see that as they complete the projects, it adds to DCP points for the club. Yeah. And then also when they are awarded a certificate, they go on the club's Facebook page. Yeah. So it's also
team food's up. Let's go and grab a food and reconvene, come back. We're going to work on a couple of the questions from online people and then jump into our scenarios, all right? So go and grab your food and come back, please.
So do you want to write it down? No. Oh, perfect. It'll be back. It will be back when you have some food. How are you going?
The talking stick shall return. What's the least unhealthy thing? There you go. We get first choice. Lots of pork.
Like it is dessert.
Sorry, Richard. No, thanks. I'm good. Thank you. Yeah. Hey, I'll tell you a true story. One of my property development mentors and funny thing we heard when he had this 400-watt speaker under the front table, and he sort of put himself and look up at the speaker to where it hit. And you can almost see the realization of what the sound was dawn on people's faces around the room. It's probably getting past wind, but you could hear the tinkling. And to his credit, and he walked back in the room. He just laughed it off and went, I can't remember what he said, but it brought the house down. And then he carried on and said, well, listen, that. Yep.
Just gonna grab It doesn't even look like it needs more love.
Oh,
Canvases needs more.
no, I don't, my hips don't get any more love. That's the problem, right? So.
Don't lie. Nobody's hip thrusting you.
No, I'm good.
I'm still having. I don't know what that is. I need to find out. What I'll do. Tea, coffee, I'll probably take something. Drink.
There you go, Missy. Oh, good. That actually looks really good. Shuby's trying to fatten us all up.
I now need to go to the toilet. I've drank so much water. Otherwise, is that Lisa? Probably is. Anyway, I shall go to the toilet. That's Lisa, right? Yes. I shall go to the toilet.
What do you?
How's everything else going, Cam?
Yeah, all going. I've just overextended myself this year.
Yeah.
President of two, secretary of one, area director, and coach. Oh, and that's a kind of one. And they all, I like to do them properly. And it's a lot. But anyway, I'm just keeping on top of it. This is what I don't have a job. I couldn't work with that as well.
Yeah.
I know. There's a reason why I didn't accept any club executive roles this year, because I thought area director is enough. It's enough.
I need to area director, which there wasn't. So I wasn't planning on
it.
No one plans.
It's one of those, yeah, unplanned extra load.
Yes, I was asked and I went, no, I'm competing this year. I've been waiting 5 years to compete.
So you're on competing and you're through. I was hoping that you would fail horribly and come and be my chief judge.
No, elected unopposed. That's what I tend to do. The only debate at this point is which club am I competing for?
A little
one
out
of my
column
clubs,
A, a little out of column B.
well, one of my clubs doesn't have club contests till March next year.
Oh, what?
Club contest.
When do they have the area?
Because it's in the United States.
Oh, right.
So they have club contests in February, March. Area 2 weeks later, division 2 weeks later, district 2 weeks later. They do all of their contests in an 8-week window.
That would be difficult. I didn't become objectionable when the news proved that I thought people would No.
Well, technically, I certainly, no one was allocated 50 votes, but I've certainly seen certain people, everyone individually registers and credentials, but I have certainly seen people credential and then hand over their voting sticks to somebody else. Yeah, it was, it's more for the actual life.
It wouldn't have been you, Robert.
Oh, no. No, because I don't allow votes.
I was going to call point of order before you got the vote. The motion wasn't actionable. That she looked better in orange than blue, but I'll let it go. I'll let it go.
That's right. The motion should have been that she always wears.
That's right.
But that would have exceeded the authority.
That would have been
council.
a proper nerd fest then.
Sometimes I just pause and reflect on the incredibly niche conversations that you can get into about Toastmasters. And Thomas and Kate were talking about some report and parliamentary procedure and the number of, and I'm just like,
Losing the will to live.
do you know what percentage of people in the world care about this right now?
5 people, not
Yeah.
the same.
Five people, and 2 of them are online right now. Oh, funny.
And the district director is the one that's losing the will to leave.
Yeah, little too. It's like life, right? I think life is too serious to be taken seriously. You gotta
Have a laugh.
take the foot off the pedal a little bit. Have a laugh.
So what events are you aiming for, or all of it?
Oh, between the three clubs, I'll probably compete in all of them.
I was going to compete this year. This was going to be the year I turned the competition.
How's that working for you?
Yeah, not well as other years, in recent years. I'm dying to get back to contests.
Going back to plan A.
All right, plan A. Here we go. Hey.
Is plan A where we're going? But
I just borrow one of those so I can talk to people online. Of course you can.
people online, do you want to hear from your program quality director? This is a democracy. Do you?
Well, he said, yes, you do.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume the breakout session in 4 minutes, and we will then give you another 10 minutes or so to finish off your breakout session. If everybody's happy with that, we'll do that. And Annette has arrived, and then she will do a 5-minute session on conflict resolution and what she sees as her role in conflict resolution for you. So 4 minutes, 3 minutes now, and then we will start the breakout sessions, continue the breakout sessions.
President was trying hard to address it as public. Really dynamic. Wants to do everything. Yes, I'll do a switch. Yes, I'll do it. And I have to say to them, yes, I'll back and give someone else. So, we can join after teaching. It's a great level. But she's helping with the VPE. I can send out the email with the link with all the information in a big email to everyone about the club's been doing this, and this, and here's the link from the VPE and VPN, because she's the public. The president has been doing this, said, no, I want the VPE to send out the VPN. Well, she's also been doing the Facebook updates. Here is so-and-so doing this at the meeting. Here is this and this one. When you type it, here is this. It's become that personal stuff. But the president has intervened and he said, no, I want to read the article about it. She's just, honestly, she's coming in and she's
is she by any chance on the spectrum, not really understanding the social cues of what she's doing?
She's just a very overpowering person.
She sounds like an excellent person to start the new Toastmasters.
Project. She's got a campaign. She came to she's on the campaign.
Oh.
With me? What have I done wrong? Barbara, you are in charge of the talking.
All right. I'm actually in a chat type group at U3A that uses the talking stick, but it's really good.
Yeah.
But right. But anyway, yeah, she's it's good.
Has anybody Like, no, seriously, hear me out. How many guests are at meeting and what? How many guests?
Oh.
I thought we were doing something there.
We're doing everything.
Oh, beg your pardon. Okay, sorry, let's go back. All right, okay, team, people online, sound check.
Hello, can you hear us?
Low battery. Help. Whose is this? Whose is this? Low battery.
I've got
Don't die.
Is it Apple or Samsung? That's a little external charger.
Okay, so carrying on. We have 3 scenarios in the room. Please, if you've got the scenario, wave it in the air. The rest of you congregate in 3 groups around that person. 1 group each person, please. Okay, so the instruction is you're to read the scenario. They're 3 real world but quite different scenarios. Everybody hear me?
All of that.
Listening in? 3 scenarios are all real world scenarios. They're very, very different scenarios. I want you to come up with answering the single question at the end is, what can you do to support that club? Now, please remember this proviso. It's not necessarily your responsibility to solve the problem, to do the solution. The question is, what can you do to support that club best? Right? So read through the scenario. If there's problems with my handwriting, let me know and I'll interpret. Go to it. You've got 5 minutes to read the scenario and come up with at least 1 thing.
Okay, so this is scenario 1. A club.
Read the scenario. People online, can you hear me? Yes, I'm getting nods.
Oh, hello, can you hear us?
That's not good.
This is the area director's thing.
Can you still hear me?
Scenario 1.
Oh, that's best. Okay.
So are there? Okay.
What?
So they'll only hear your scenario.
Okay, cool. So scenario 2 is this. You visit a club with 18 members that reports on average 5 guests per meeting for the last 12 months. Wow. The club has had 16 to 18 members with low turnover for several years. When you visit, you find a fun, engaging meeting with confident members, confidently speaking and undertaking other roles. The club has a full complement of club officers, all of whom have been trained and have committees for their role. What can you do to support this club? So they've got
guest member ratio conversion.
yeah, guest conversion is the issue here.
Guest conversion is the issue.
Yep. So what do we do about guest conversion?
That's
Is anyone
that would be
asking
the
them to
first thing.
join?
I would say that.
Yep. Is there a follow-up after the meeting?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm going to dub you as the secretary and reportee back, Judy. So it's guest conversion is the issue, and it's ask them, give them a membership form. Yeah.
Yes, I can read my own handwriting, that would be less exactly, yeah.
Are people getting invited to join?
Yeah.
There is actually, I do know of a guest to member conversion training pack that someone else runs, so you could get them in to re-deliver the training. That's it. Yeah. No, it's not on TI. It's Kate and Leonard's. It's their teacup. Sorry, Kate and Thomas, their teacup. Teacup thing. No. Kate Norris, yes. Leonard's not part of teacup. You mean the Club Up project? Oh, Leonard got that from Kate. He stole it from Kate. It's Kate's. It's Kate's. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So just from online, how to join forms handed out at meetings.
I've joined forms handed out.
Yeah.
Also, another question that's not part of the reviews for those doing the same work.
Low turnover. It's low turnover. Yeah. No, you're not losing people, but you're also not converting the guests.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Guest comments and feedback at the end of a meeting.
Or comment feedback.
Guest and Suzanne is saying guest follow up, which I think is really important.
Guest follow up, yeah.
Yeah.
Just before. Okay. Yeah.
1 minute.
When you invite them, send an agenda as well.
Yep, send people an agenda when you invite them back. Send guests an agenda.
Okay, the other one I would say is, and it's gone.
Okay, take action on guest feedback.
Okay, bring it to a close. Let's tune in. Whatever you've got is sufficient. All right, so I deliberately didn't share the scenarios between the groups because I didn't want you to know that all the scenarios were negative or positive. Who felt that they had a scenario that didn't seem like a problem at all? Right. So scenario 3 is a club of 37 members, very, very active, producing all sorts of district sponsors and so forth, district officers and so forth. So scenario 2 is a club that's reasonable strength, not quite charter strength. They've hung around just under charter strength for a long, long, long time, but brag about having half a dozen guests at every meeting and have done for 12, 18 months. And yet they've hovered under charter strength for that period. Scenario 1 is a club that's almost dead, that's been coached several times before successfully, and it's once again in the same position. So there's a bit of a summary of the 3 clubs. So scenario 1, now there's a litany of problems with this club. They've got a handful of members, literally a handful of members. Nobody seems to know what they're doing. Their last meeting started 50 minutes late. They had 3 guests at the meeting, which was miraculous. They were completely ignored, etc., 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 etc. So what one thing as area director would you recommend for that club? So pick your best couple.
So try and schedule a meeting with those that will respond out of the club executive. Just to have a Q&A over how they all feel and what they would like to do going forward. Ask them if they would like a new coach, and then meet with the whole club and see if any other members would be willing to take over or share some of the roles. Have a combined club meeting with another more successful club within the area or division.
excellent ideas. So it's a real scenario. I won't tell you who the club is, but they have been coached at least on 3 occasions, and they're back in the same position again, about to fold. And to me, having another coach probably isn't the thing to do this time, because the club has systemic problems. So the solution I'm going to try with this club is pairing them with a highly successful club who visits them. And the reason I landed on this solution is because when I asked them what they thought a successful meeting looked like, none of them could answer. So I thought, the remaining members haven't seen what a good club looks like. It's about time they saw one. So I'm going to import one. I've got no chance of sending them to one, so I'm going to import one and run a slick meeting, and then we'll have a discussion about it. All right. Scenario 2. This is a club that's hovers just under charter strength, has done for years, but has a heap of guests all the time.
So the issue here is guest to member conversion. So some of the solutions we had, with a couple, are the guests invited back to, or invited to join the club. Then guest to membership training packs available. Kate Norris has them available. That could be an option. Then how to join, or application forms, are they handed out at the meeting? Then are guests asked for feedback or guest follow-ups? Then are the guests invited back to the next meeting? And are the agendas being sent out to the guests? And the main thing are the feedback, if any, if the guest gave any feedback, are they being actioned?
Right. So that's what struck me. There's a lot of very basic mechanical things that aren't being done, and they probably aren't aware of what a successful prospect to member process looks like. So we need to expose them to somebody who can tell them and help them. And it's not necessarily as you, as the area director, you're facilitating the process of introduction and facilitating the provision of training. Yep. Okay, so scenario 3, tell us about the scenario 3. In a nutshell, it was?
So scenario 3, we're a club with 37 members, 36. Scenario 3, we're a club of 37 members.
37 members.
36 are very active. We're a club of fully committed officers. We're a club with progressing with our pathways with 4 education goals.
Already?
Already.
In when? August.
In August, yes. It's a club that has several DTMs, consistently producing district leaders, etc. And 30 active members. We run Speechcraft regularly.
3 minutes, folks. 3 minutes. How many guests do they have at a meeting?
We have several. We have about 13 guests per meeting.
On average, they average about 13 guests per meeting. This club's doing some magic stuff. So how can you support that club? Do they need support? What's the attitude?
They need to, because their members won't get enough time to.
He doesn't say that.
What's your solution, team? What's your solution?
So he doesn't say that in the scenario, but I mean, that could be an assumption. But our solution is that club would be the club that will support your club.
Right, there you go. There you
and
go.
build new ones, because we have 13 guests that come every meeting on average.
Synergy, right? You got a club that clearly knows what it's doing and a club that clearly doesn't know what it's doing. Maybe we could facilitate some sharing. Correct. Well, I don't know. We're standing on the shoulders of giants. I had this conversation with Alice Springs recently, right? Similar problem, worse, 2,000 kilometers from their closest club. They're in the same boat. They've got a community of 27,000 people. But they're standing on the shoulders of giants. They've realized that post-COVID, where we've all got technology, they're suddenly realizing that the world is accessible and they don't have to solve the problems on their own. And it's funny, but to me that seems basic, and they hadn't realized it. So I'm wondering, Matt, whether... Yep. Right.
And most of the hybrid ones, about to leave, it was one person charge. The club was DCP. The members who took over as president changed everything back to the way it was, because that's the way he did it 50 years ago.
Right, right.
And everyone else is going, we're out of that.
The most dangerous words in business. We've always done it this way.
And you talk to people around the town, they won't join because of that.
Now we heard, go on. We heard that we're not expected to be conflict resolution experts. I wonder if there's somebody who could help us in the district with resolving this conflict. At least this person's not going to go in and sort out the problems, right? But they are going to be a facilitator, an arbiter. There you go. Nice segue.
Actually happened. It happened by default because
Nobody else wanted to step
no
up.
one thought that person was going to become president.
Please wrap up.
There you go.
Wrap up.
All right, team.
Mac.
Get this camera back. How are you? Good to see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. And I will now ask you to put your hands together and welcome the District Conflict Resolution Manager, Ed Marshall.
Thank you, Lou. I never thought that I would regret not being at DLT longer than sitting in the audience at about 12:30 watching 27-year-olds sing and dance in a fame performance. And you don't know pure pain until you see 7 different clappings of feet and just regretting every decision you've made in your life. So I am finally here to have a little chat to you guys about district conflict resolution, and not so much how to resolve conflict, but what to do and who to speak to about it. So for many, many years, the district director has always said that their main role that they have to do is dealing with about how previous district directors spend most of their time dealing with conflict that isn't important enough for them to deal with. What about now, guys? Yep, perfect. Oh, resolved. Thanks, Lou. So what Denise and I have decided this year is that we're going to bring back the district conflict manager person. It's a role that we used to have. 2016 was the last time the district had the role. So what I'm pretty much here for is to help you guys, the area directors and the division directors deal with any conflicts that you may not know what to do with. For instance, one of your club presidents comes to you, says, I have this issue, I need help. And you go, oh, I've never dealt with that before. You can ask your division director, or you can ask me, leaving the division director to do other things like prepare club officer training or their conferences. If you're a division director and one of your area directors just isn't doing anything at all and you need help, or your conflict is with the area director, I don't know, you can contact me, and my job is to make you guys be friends until July. Because once the year's over, it doesn't matter, does it? The main thing about Toastmasters is we do have so many different personalities in this room, or in this district as a whole, you know? Not all of us are going to be best friends all of the time. The amount of times I have bumped heads with Christine up the back, you know it's true. But we still respect each other and work together when we do. We are pleasant. I quite like Christine now. So I'm just picking on Christine. I've got to pick on someone every session. Yeah. Next week we might not be friends, but that's fine. But in Toastmasters, we don't all have to get along all the time. You don't have to be each other's best friends. You just need to work well together. And working well together doesn't mean, you know, being in each other's pockets. It just means being respectful and polite and not talking over each other when they're speaking, even if you do have a really cool blue blazer on. Blame Candace. Okay, there's a dispute. What's going on up the back? Okay. So here, ladies, maybe we could just get along. Sometimes you're going to have conflicts like Brisbane Division that you can't fix. And that's fine. But yeah, conflicts are going to happen. My job isn't to stop conflicts. It's just to make sure that you have someone that you feel that you can go to and either just vent about it or get some advice. My email address, I assume Jenny is on something. I can't see anyone. Do the guys have access to my email address? Yeah, cool. District 69 website, my email address is apparently. That's cool. So if you want, I am just going to be sitting here for a little while. If you have a conflict that you really need solved quickly, if not, I will talk to you throughout the year, I guess. Don't fight with each other.
Thank you, Annette. Yeah, she's right. There's always conflict as long as there's two people on this earth. Somebody will disagree with the other. And as Christine, actually, it's funny she was picking on Christine because Christine in DLT1 gave us that wonderful session on building successful teams. And then we find that we do still need a conflict manager. And sometimes we work well together and sometimes we don't. So that's just human nature. But we try our best, don't we? Lou and Denise and Nikki have recently completed their district leader training in, well, the Bahamas. Oh, well, somebody's got to do it. So to give us a report on what they got up to and just how their training went and what they liked and what they found challenging, we've got the trio up here to talk to us about that. So let's welcome them and give us a report.
where they've been, what they've seen. You want this?
I can pass it over. This is the first opportunity we've had to talk to you, our district leaders, and impart to you what we learnt and what we experienced at the World Training for a start, and then of course the convention. Firstly, we had to get there, and that was quite an adventure. How long did it take you to get there, Nikki?
42 hours.
Lou?
About 32. About 32.
Yes, and I was about 34, and we figured that District 69 had the furthest to travel to actually get to the Bahamas. However, it was well and truly worthwhile. You have to experience a world conference convention to actually realise what a global organisation Toastmasters is. What impacted you the most, Lou, when we're talking about a global organisation?
Well, first off, you walk anywhere in the conference centre and you are walking or running into people from all over the world. Now Toastmasters International for many, many years has prided itself on the fact that it's international, and unfortunately it hasn't been. It's been America-centric, but it is starting to go towards international organisation. And you go to one of these conventions or training sessions. We actually had 2 days of training before the convention, and the things that you learn about other places and other parts of other districts and other regions and how they operate, it's actually tremendous. You get different ideas on how to do things.
So we had a opening ceremony. What impact did it have on you, Nikki?
Oh, I actually love the opening ceremony. I got to carry the flag for PNG. It was a really proud moment, and yeah, I was really excited. The flag ceremony has a bit of rehearsal work that we had to do beforehand. So Denise also carried the Australian flag. So it rotates between the districts in the region as to who carries what flag. So this year was District 69's turn for the Aussie flag. So that's why Denise was carrying it. And it's a very orchestrated event. There was some weirdness though. At the end of the flag ceremony, we then had the USA anthem, which seemed really strange. We're in Bahamas. And yeah, so that was a really odd moment that we all had to stand and put our hands on our hearts for the American anthem. And also straight afterwards, they then had the Bahamas anthem as the home district. So we were a bit like, oh, what's the American anthem doing here? We were confused about that.
The good part about being in the Bahamas was we were able to capture their culture. They had these exotic belly dancers with exotic costumes, and they were standing on either side of the flag bearer. I've got some wonderful pictures to share with you of Nikki walking in between 2 dancers with your flag. It was an exhilarating experience, wasn't it?
And you had to try not to look at their bottom that was facing us as the flag bearer is going through. They were very exotic carnival type costumes, and yeah.
So we have to overlook the Yankee stereotypes because everyone got a standing ovation. We actually got sick of standing up and down. But at the end of the flag ceremony, there was a keynote speaker. How did you find the keynote speaker, Lou?
Over the top. To put it bluntly, I believe she had a tremendous message. You know, the message was very good. It was about be the best you can be, sort of thing. But it was always interspersed with yeah. So she would say yeah, and the audience was supposed to say yeah. And this continued throughout the speech, the keynote speech. And that's not a keynote speech to me. That was almost somewhere between a performance and a revival meeting. So I liked her message. I did like her message, but the delivery for me left me flat.
Nikki?
Yeah, actually interesting from a different perspective. Denise and I had reserved seating in the audience because the flag bearers came in and then had to go sit down, and we came in just as the opening speaker was speaking, and our part of the audience was all the internationals carrying the flags, right? And as the keynote speaker is asking for this kind of feedback, our section of the audience is silent and people are giving each other awkward side glances. And so Lou's message, what Lou just said, resonated not so well in the international part, whereas there was a lot of jumping up and down and exuberant audience members. So it showed us the difference in culture that we have as audience members compared to the American audience. And certainly the way we are as Aussies is pretty similar to the way all the flag bearers were, for sure. Yeah.
So for example, to actually
thanks,
get
Robert.
the
Yeah, that's good.
to get the crowd going or to form transitions, there was interaction between the MC and the audience. And we're at the Bahama Resort, so they would say Baham, and then the audience would go Ma. So it's Bahama, Bahama. So for example, we'd say Kedron, and you'd say Wavell, Kedron, Kedron. Not loud enough. I'm thinking, oh, golly.
Imagine that 20 times a day.
But that's okay because we're pretty laid back, us Aussies, isn't we? But we were very well accepted, and it was very pleasing to see District 69 in the Hall of Fame receive the Distinguished Clubs Trophy. It was exceptional, really. We were there were two of us in Region 12 who got that award. So we're aiming for Distinguished District this time, which was wonderful. We also had keynote educationals. So the first one, you were actually doing timing. Lou got seconded to be timer in the semi-finals, didn't you?
Yeah, they weren't keynotes. These were the contests. So I actually timed two of the semi-finals, which was good. Got to see quite a few excellent speeches. But there was one speech that was basically a performance. It wasn't a speech, or in my opinion anyway, it was a performance, not a speech. And then the other one, which was again a good speech, but it was again a little bit like what I call Southern Baptist preaching. And again, that left me a little bit flat. It seems to be creeping in a little bit, in particularly the American style speaking. So it's not something that I like, but again, that's my opinion, not necessarily everybody else's.
Yes. So on the educational side, Nikki, you went and saw the PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, it was quite an interesting presentation because the AV failed. And this poor guy delivering on PowerPoint constantly had his PowerPoints dropping out on the big screen. And it was an interesting lesson that when you're delivering anything with PowerPoint, you need a backup speech as well. And this guy, he thought he was delivering on PowerPoint the whole time and didn't have anything to back up or to talk about it. And his prezzo ended up going over by about 40 minutes because the AV took so long to get sorted. So a very interesting lesson in how the AV at conferences and conventions can really, delay your production and upset your audience and make you seem unprofessional to external speakers who are delivering to you. Yeah.
So you also went to the humorous speech. How to add humor to your speech?
And that was sensational. So he was an American speaker who was really a Toastmaster as well. But one of the interesting things he did a bit of a Christine and his pants fell down a bit. So that was he was very well timed, and he was a good example of how comedic timing can make a big difference in an everyday ordinary speech. So if you get the chance to go back on the convention speakers and have a look at him, he was definitely worth seeing.
Yes, he sold his book called Wink because he reiterated time and time again to use the attributes of a clown. Don't need to be perfect, just be yourself and laugh at yourself. So that was very good. I also went to Think Fast, Think Hard, or Think Smart, which was on impromptu speaking. It was extremely useful. So we're preparing notes to pass through the division, so you can then pass that through to your own training sessions. The other one that I found that was extremely interesting was the talking to the World Championship speakers. There was a round table, and what was very interesting was Verity Price, who was a world champion speaker, and it was emceed by Mark Brown. And if you know Mark Brown, he was a world championship person himself. There were other speakers there as well, and they gave tips on what they do to prepare themselves for their international speeches. Were you there for another session, Lou?
No, I thoroughly enjoyed the one that Nikki was talking about, the clown one, or the humorous one. And he basically said was putting the clown back into humorous speaking sort of thing. So again, part of it was a little bit of a performance, the pants dropping and whatever else was a bit of a performance, but the overall message again was very good. And it wasn't just the dropping of the pants. There was really some good content in the speech about how you react with the audience and interact with the audience. So you don't get involved with an argument with the audience, for instance, or responding directly to the audience. You respond by walking away and making a comment. Don't provide a negative comment, just provide a comment as you walk away.
Yes.
So there was some really good content in that presentation.
We were a little bit disappointed with the marketplace. The marketplace we thought would be a one-stop shop, so we could bring back all the Triple Crowns to the 200 people who are waiting. This year, they decided to allow the individual delegates to shop first and the districts to shop last. And we really pricked up the crumbs, which was a shame. And they had out of stock in certain of the pathway badges. And I found that there's got to be a better way to distribute our merchandise, particularly to District 69, as we're still battling with customs to get our badges away.
That is an issue the Bahamians had as well. Some of the things that they wanted to have in their store, in the store at the convention, couldn't get through customs. So the conference, normally they have conference badges. They got the conference badges through. They have conference teddy bears. And I was asked to pick up a conference teddy bear for somebody, and they couldn't get them through customs. So don't know what it was, but they didn't get them through customs. So it's something we've got a problem with here, and obviously elsewhere has that same problem. So it would be good if they can get regional hubs where you can go and buy things that don't create problems.
So the annual business meeting, I'm really proud to say that my colleagues, Nikki and Lou, we really prepared well. We had interviewed all of the delegates for the international directors and the executive, and we were really pleased with the results, because I think if we were to score, because we are pretty competitive, out of the 10 elections, we got 9 out of 10, and we think the 10th one was probably a bad choice, but we can live with that. But it was so successful, and we do thank all of the area directors, division directors and club presidents who passed their proxy votes to us. We ended up with 86% of the district giving their votes to us, and we really valued the trust that they put into us. Lou and I had been there the year before, but Nikki had never seen anything like the annual meeting.
It's the best business meeting I've ever been to by a very long way. While we're waiting for the votes to be tallied, they've got doof doof dance music, and
everybody's up.
Everybody's up. In the age groups that you would not think be happy to dance to that music. In fact, the music at the annual business meeting was substantially better than the president's dinner dance. Yeah, we thought they should bring the DJ.
There was
back
a
from
lady
the
that was
AGM.
about 90 and she went up and asked the DJ, did he know the time warp? I thought that was hysterical. So we had actually tried to find a seat together. We decided that we weren't going to stick together like glue, that we were going to network and we're going to get the best out of the experience. But when we could stay together, I found that I loved the cohesiveness with Lou and Nikki. A trio that sticks together, works well together, and we get on extremely well and complement one another. So we got seats, not realising that they were the corporate box seats, because all of the directors were, the delegates were just beside us. So when their area, their region got voted, the existing board members came and congratulated them and whatever, and we were there and we got a photo with every director, and we asked them the traditional Aussie question, what's your favourite drink? Which was like, I think they thought we were joking, but Nikki said, well, when you come to Australia, we'll have your drink ready for you.
Yep. And the best answer on the night was hot chocolate with marshmallows.
It's just like, it was the guy from South Africa. He was exceptional, but unless Robert allows us to have music tomorrow, I don't think we'll have music between sessions. But yeah, well, there we go. If anyone would like to do a dance, you're very, very, very welcome. So that was a really interesting experience, but it was really so sad that our now Toastmasters International President is recuperating from cancer, and she was unable to be there for her inauguration. So she appeared once or twice on a audio from Germany, and that was really quite sad. But we do know that it'll be her conference next year, and that will be in Anaheim for 100 years. So that was the experience too. To finish off with, we're keeping our connections going, and through our training, we were asked to have a accountability partner. Who was yours, Lou?
Yeah, it was a lady in District 37. She's from Thailand, and I'm not going to try and pronounce her name because her first name is about 5 syllables, and I have it written down. And I won't try and pronounce it. But she's a very nice lady. She's a PQD as well, so she's same level as myself. We had our various sessions, and in the third session, I think it was. I think it was the third session. Yeah, the third session, where we were asked to pick an accountability partner. So we talked to them throughout our year to say how we're going with our progress and things like that. So it was just to try and keep people on track with where they're at.
About you, Nikki?
Mine's Amy from Anchorage in Alaska, and we're meeting on Monday night to finish up our communications and district market analysis plans because they need to be sent at the end of September. So we've had a good WhatsApp relationship so far, and we often talk about the weather. It's really different in Alaska.
So my accountability partner is a lady called Swama from Singapore, and she was just amazed at just some of the very, I suppose they were just things that you have mentioned today, our ideas and how we do things. She made us feel that we were pretty special and how the things that we do were just extraordinary. So that's why she came and she said, I'd like to learn more about how District 69 do things. And in particular, our recognition of our members is seen to be exemplary all over the world. So just in conclusion, Nikki, what was your highlight?
It was getting my luggage back after 7 days of it being lost, if I'm honest. Also, meeting so many district leaders from around the world, that was the big benefit. You get almost zero downtime while you're at convention. We're constantly on the go. I think Lou only got his budgie smugglers out once to go hang out by the pool. There's really very little downtime. And so the best part is seeing how other districts operate and stealing their ideas for us, but also offering our ideas to them. One of the ones that they're going to steal from us is the travel gavel. Lots of districts had interest in the travel gavel and saw photos of it, and Lou was talking it up quite a bit, which we should probably steal it off Glasshouse Mountains. It's time.
What was your highlight, Lou?
For me, the highlight was the training, actually. I went to training in Nashville last year, and for me last year, there was a disconnect between the pre-work. You're given pre-work before you go. And for me, that last year, there was a disconnect between pre-work and what they were training us for. This year, it seemed to me that there was a bigger connect, and I understood more of what was being trained than I did the year before. Now, whether that's because the trainers were better or that they matched things up better, I'm not sure, or whether it was the fact that I've had 12 months in the job and I understood things a little bit better. But for me, understanding the training was really good.
And as for myself, I believe we had a degree of success in ensuring that our leaders in the board level realised that District 69 is a large area, a lot more than just a block in New York, and how we do need special consideration when it comes to distances and accommodations, etc. To be able to have Greg down here is just fantastic. I hope you're enjoying very much, Greg. It really gave me a great sense of satisfaction to be able to know you could walk up to Dan Rex, who's the CEO, and he's very happy to talk to everybody. Matt Kinsey was he's now the feather duster, the past international president. You could walk up to anybody and you could talk to them. Now, that's an extraordinary organisation where you feel that you're valued and that what you actually can do and say does have a considerable value. And to be backed up by Lou and Nikki, I felt extremely privileged to be in their company, and I hope that you felt that when we gave our little videos to you, to know that we were working for you and to know that we were working to ensure that for the best interest of District 69. And I do thank, on behalf of Lou and Nikki, thank you for the opportunity to represent you on the world stage, and know that we will get the benefit back to the district, and the investment in us was well and truly worthwhile. Does anyone have any questions?
Just before they do, one of the things that impressed me was Matt Kinsey. I walked into one of the rooms and I've never met Matt before, and he has walked up to me and said, "G'day, Lou." He said, "You look different without your hat." And I thought, well, how does he know I wear a hat? How does he know I wear a hat? He's looked at the photo on the website, and I've got a hat on in the photo on the website. And he recognized me from that. That, to me, speaks volumes for some of the people.
He might like you, Lou.
He might. But you know, it's one of those things where they do know who we are, and they are trying to know who we are. And that's a good thing for an organisation which is about communication. It helps to know people when you're communicating.
Any questions? No more questions? Is that a hand up, or Pam?
I quite like that idea of the accountability partner, and I think maybe we should do that as area directors with somebody in a different area, and maybe more people would be here today.
There we go. We've got that on the list. So we've already brought back something that we can certainly put into action.
Denise, did you want to talk very briefly about the proposed reformation of the districts and the regions?
very, very briefly, we are becoming more global. So basically, there are more Toastmasters that live outside of US than in US. But up until now, there were more regions in US than outer. We are now equal. So therefore, the decision-making board will be of a more global composition. It won't be as like, it's an American company with overseas delegates. So I think that that's good too. But also too, the growth areas are the African and the Indians and the Asian, and they are looking to break up into 2 divisions. But there is one area, one district that will be forming and coming back together, because some of the memberships are becoming so low that they're looking for that realignment. Just like we do alignments, they do alignments as well. We're losing Indonesia, and so we'll be just left with Australia, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, Fiji, and 10 islands that at the moment don't have anyone. Christine, what have you been doing? Why haven't you got one on every island in the Pacific? Good. We might have our conference there one year.
That happened last year. Toastmasters International has divided the world up into the regions and the districts, as you know. And basically what they wanted to do was make sure that if any club wants to form, they know which district it's going to be in. So last year, they sent us a list of about 12 island groups in the Pacific and said, these are yours. There are no clubs in those island groups, but if one wants to form, we have to look after them.
Any other? Oh, yes, Barbara, you've been there. I hope we brought back some lovely memories for you.
Yes, some amazing memories. I was just going to say, the year that the conference was in Vancouver, I wasn't part of the trio, but Christine Lennon and I were volunteers. They have a helping hand scheme. So it gives you a good discount on the registration for the convention, and you only have to commit to 10 hours volunteering over the 4 days. So if you're thinking of going next year, think of registering as a Helping Hands volunteer. Just might save you a little bit of the cost.
Because it will be our 100th centenary in Anaheim, there is actually a promotion in the first 100 days, which will end about November the 30th. There will be a $100 discount, and that's 100 American dollars. So that's almost $200, let's say. Bahama! Ma! I just thought that was just hysterical, but it's a bit like, you know, you go, when you're in Rome, you do as the Romans, don't you?
It actually started in Nashville as well. It was ye.
Ha! Oh, God, no. Thank you again. And we hope that we did you proud over in the US. Sorry? No, that's too much of a cultural cringe.
It certainly was awkward.
Thank you. Back to Deb.
Thank you. Oh, what a wonderful experience that would be. I always love going to conferences. You always bring something away from it and learn something from somebody else, and it's just wonderful. So I'm glad that you had such a productive time and were able to represent the district so well. It is wonderful that you are brought up the thing about distance, because I just don't think Americans understand that. They're very insular, I guess, and don't know a lot about the geography, and that there's no kangaroos in Austria and
things like that. So wonderful. Thank you so much for taking your time to go over and represent district, all the members and people here in the room. So thank you very much for that. Our next session is a breakout for the divisions, where we're going to give you sort of 30 minutes, 40 minutes odd to do some planning while you're face to face. I guess for the city divisions, it's not so bad, but for the regional divisions, being able to sit face to face and just do a little bit of planning, a bit of thought and things like that is really valuable. We've got COTS round 2 coming up. If you can discuss dates and give us the dates before you leave training today would be wonderful. I guess you've got division conferences, lots of things to think about over the next couple of months. And of course, we've got Christmas and New Year and school holidays and all sorts of things that are going to interrupt the planning for those things. So let's take 30 to 40 minutes. Let's come back together at about 4:05. And we do need to be out of the room on time or well before time today. So let's have that half an hour for some open discussions within our divisions. Over to you, division directors. The top table will be meeting with Denise at the top table.
Dr. Eunice or not?
Oh, you were going to do it through WhatsApp.
Okay, well, if you can do it through WhatsApp, that's okay. I'll recharge you.
Eunice, would you like to get onto WhatsApp? Eunice, would you like to get onto WhatsApp? The group WhatsApp? Okay.
Well, if you want to do that on that computer, that would be good.
Can you mute that?
Mute what?
Because it'll come through that way. Hey, Suzanne, here you go.
I'm not sure how I mute that.
Just mute it.
Hello. Hello. Testing.
Because I'm the thanks for that. And turn your I don't want the whole room to hear me.
That's anything inappropriate.
Hang on, Suzanne, I'll be right back. Testing. No.
So what exactly?
will encourage you to run away. So until tomorrow, thank you very much everybody for your attention today, for your involvement, questions, your suggestions, sharing all the things that you have. It's been wonderful. And we'll see you tonight at Hall of Fame or in the morning as well. Somewhere in the building here. Sorry, next door, is it? No, it's here.
No, it's before we end, just to the right hand side.
Over to the
It's the Kitty Hawk room, which is downstairs out there. If you walk from the car park, there's a green caravan that serves coffee in the morning. Just go past that way a little bit and the doors are there. I will have a sign out there saying postmaster be here with an arrow on in there. No, there won't be a sign that says free drinks. I will front. Theoretically, we start at 6:30. I've been advised by Joanne, the manager, that we will be able to get in there a little bit earlier than that. So if you do pop along a little bit earlier, don't try and get in there before 6 o'clock. If after 6 o'clock you want to try and get in, you should be able to get in. Other than that, I'll see you later. This training session is over. No, no. Ladies and gentlemen, I was asked if we could leave things in here overnight. The answer is no. There is another function. They actually would like us out of here as quickly as we can be, because they've got to prepare for another function in your time. Thank you.
Well, I suppose it's past the shop. Yeah. The second part.